Hi, hey, hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 5:35 p.m. on 7/10/26. It's a late start for me because I went to bed late and I slept in till 2, and then I walked for let's go look, 5 miles. Let's see the health report here. Yes, I burned 1,600 calories and I walked 5.31 miles. And now I am. It is. It's Friday, 5:36 p.m. on 7/10. 79 degrees out. It's 7/10/26. It's a July 10th. That's Friday. And I love you guys. Going to work here for about an hour, or like an hour and a half. And then I will go to family dinner, and then I will be back for the rest of the night. So I'm just sort of getting started here, getting the recording rolling and all that stuff. Gonna get into the Rust and the Eve, and fire up all the games and everything. And yeah, and we got X4 running already. I'm doing some exploration. Um, Move all orders and assignments. Go explore the superhighway. Does that work? It's Yes, I believe it does. Okay. I'm going to drop it off the big face now and put my headphones in. I forgot. And there we go. Audio's looking good. Just got to get connected. Check, 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 check. Let me make sure I can see the light here. Okay, check, 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 check. Good shit. So I believe my microphone has been tampered with by Windows. We're just gonna go look. Sorry about that. I don't know why Windows is such a worthless piece of shit, but it is. See it? See how I think it's Discord does this, and I can't stop it. But I mean, software developers are going to be the most incompetent pieces of shit in fucking mankind's history. It's just what it is. It's just the state of affairs. Can't do anything about that. Okay, so moving forward. Going to queue up some videos. Let's do that while we wait for the load. Yeah, Elon Musk killed children when he pulled back U.S. aid, and they're going to prosecute him for it. Here's the PBS NewsHour from yesterday. Oblivion is scarier than Skyrim. Anesthesia.
I need to warn you about this video. There's some pretty disturbing stuff. I'm not even.
She's talking about the story. I don't care about the story. What did you do? Worthless piece of shit. You completely froze. The fuck's your problem? Fix it.
I need to warn you about this video. There's some pretty disturbing stuff. I'm not even saying that lightly, or even, well, I'm saying it mildly as a joke, but I am half serious. And don't let the low grade graphics
Check,
fool
check,
you
check, check, check.
either,
There we
because
go.
this is
There's
an
my
old
mic. I'm
game. The
sorry.
journey I'm
Piece of shit
about to
software
take you
developers
on
fuck with
is
my
one
microphone level while I'm
born
sleeping.
in.
And I would kill them if I could for doing so. I would kill them, honestly. It's the kind of lack of control over your life that almost warrants murder. It's insane. That kind of control where while you're sleeping, the software developer changes your microphone levels while you're sleeping. And yeah, I would kill them for it, honestly, because it is this invasive level of tampering into my life that I just don't want from them, and I would kill them for it, honestly. It's such a minor thing, but I mean, I really don't like the lack of control that their incompetence presents when they change your microphone level while you're sleeping. I don't like that, and honestly, I would kill them for it. I won't hold back the punches. I hate them so much for it. I would kill them for it. I would drop bombs on them or something. I don't like it when software developers cross me and do stuff against my will. It's like rape. It's digital rape. What's the fucking difference? You're doing something against my will, you know? I mean, what's the fucking difference between rape and you changing my microphone level while I'm sleeping? It's the same. It's the same sort of doing something without consent. What's the fucking difference? Difference is one's sexual and really horrible in nature. The other one is actually control based and is really horrible in nature as well. They're not the same, but it's the same sort of lack of consent that makes me feel like I was digitally raped by a software developer. I'm sorry, but and that's now is it the same thing? No, and I don't mean to downplay how terrible rape is, but I'm talking about the lack of consent that I give software developers to change my fucking microphone volume while I'm sleeping is the same thing as the lack of consent from a rape victim. It's you doing something against my fucking will. It's the same sort of basic ass crime. It's doing something against somebody's consent or will. It's the same ass bullshit, and I feel raped by software developers all the goddamn day, every day, for the last goddamn 25, 30 years. I'm sorry. You wake up, your volume's changed, or some settings changed, or, the display adapter isn't working, or the game won't minimize, or it's not running in the background or something. Some piece of shit software developer broke something while you're sleeping again, against your will, without your consent, and it's basically faux digital rape. I'm sorry, but it is. It's faux digital rape. It's not quite rape. It's just doing something against your will without your consent. I don't know. To me, it feels about as dirty, though. I did not give consent to any of these programs to lower my microphone level, and yet for a year and a half, they've done it. They just changed my microphone level. No matter what it might do to my job or my presentation or my life or anything like that, they'll just change the fucking volume, just like a rapist will fucking rape you. It's fucking stupid. It's the same sort of shitty shit, and I hate it. I fucking hate it. May Windows fucking fall. Let's all pray that Microsoft fucking falls. And no, Linux isn't any better. They'll do the same exact shit. Sorry I wake up so angry. It's just, I don't like software developers doing shit against my fucking will. I don't like it. Sooner or later, I'm just going to start talking about the non-consensual, fuck me over, fuck my job over, against my will, like non-consensual nature of it. Software developer incompetence should be illegal. Shouldn't be able to go live with software bugs like this. I'm talking about Windows. Okay, going on out to the scout. Oh, I gotta get her in party here. I found a quiet system and it was revolutionary for me. I made so much goddamn money off it. Let's go see what my fucking LP's at. It's gonna be nuts. Where's my wallet? Right now, LP Corporations. I've got 3 bill and State Protectorate, and she's got. Where's my wallet? She's got 2 bills. So I've got 5, or well, it's like 4.5. It's like 4, or a little bit less than that. It's like 4. Yeah, it's like 4. No, it's about 4.5 bill. It's like 4.5 billion in LP. I should sell it now. I guess I could sell it now. Maybe I should go out of my way to sell it now. I'm going to go to contacts to Marshall Brom. Oops. So. Okay, what does this base need? Nothing, so I'm gonna go play other games, I guess. There's like nothing I need for this base except high qual. I could go outside and farm some high qual. That's not like out of the realm of reasonability. Yeah, why not bring an axe? It's like a temporary solution. Doesn't require fuel. We'll go out for once. Oh, this thing doesn't have an ADS, and I'm going to fix that. Sounds like the volume's lower than it should be because I muted, I think. Yeah, this should be up at like 6 or something. There we go. So I want to make an ADS. Yep. So we'll take some high qual and make an extended and an ADS extended and ADS. What else? We could do a muzzle brake. What does this do? I don't know. I don't remember. Or muzzle boost. I don't think I need a muzzle brake. What's the muzzle brake do? Targeting attachment to another allows you to set pings with the weapon is equipped. Muzzle boost. Calculate the cost of bullet accuracy. I'll take a muzzle boost. And I think that should do for this MP5. I'm going to put the high qual away. Got to earn a T3, so I should technically go run like blue card if I have enough swipes. I do. I've got another swipe left here. There's a fully tuned up MP5. Okay. Gonna need a blue card. Where did I get a blue card? I don't even remember. I'm gonna check the procs. Nothing on procs. I can just buy high qual with scrap, so it is worth picking up.
The darkest parts of a developer's mind from the early 2000s. So, you've been warned.
I must surely
She's
be
young.
dead,
She's like
and
17.
in the halls of Azura to look upon such a vision. You are so beautiful, my dear Dunmer maiden. One of the guards owes me a favor, you know. I could get us put in the same cell. Would you like that? You should have some fun before the end. You heard me. No matter what the law says, no matter what they told you,
That's
you're
weird.
going
This is
to die.
looted. That's odd. This is looted, and it really shouldn't be. Just odd. I don't think anybody's here, but yeah, maybe it just didn't spawn, I guess, for whatever reason.
I am here. You're going
Signs
to
of
die.
humans.
I would argue that this game is creepier and darker than Skyrim. Even though Skyrim has more corruption and violence in its overall setting and storyline, Oblivion sort of hides itself behind the high saturation and green, lush environment, which makes it more shocking when you uncover the darker, sinister themes this game has
She's
to
playing the original.
offer.
Oh,
The
come
contrast
on.
is what makes
Play
it
Oblivion
even more
Remastered.
disturbing.
Your computer
It's
can't handle it,
unexpected,
huh?
which makes it kind of worse, is what I'm trying to say, or better.
Get
That
GeForce
depends if you
Now.
like grim, dark.
Some of these gamers are bad. They're like antisocial, so they don't talk to their fellow gamers, and they have no idea that revolutions have happened. They could re-read it, but I don't think they even do that. I don't think they know. They don't know that bad frame rate is this thing that you, if you have any money at all, if you're willing to spend $300 a year, which is not that much money, you know, in the large scheme of things, you can get by on a computer from 10 years ago with GeForce Now and get perfect frames on Oblivion Remaster. You can even make a video on YouTube about it. I do it every day with the game on the YouTube at perfect frames. Well, perfect frames being 120 in the modern age on Ultra. And I don't know. It's just weird. It's like, but they don't. And then I see these I see these Bethesda. I see it a lot in Bethesda players. They seem to be like a decade behind. and they just don't understand that they're capping their frames or something, and it seems like they're from 2014 because that was probably the last time they were cool. Now it's been 11, 12 years, and they're stuck in that 60 frames per second locked Fallout 4 mode in their minds. And it's like, Jesus Christ, you're not self-aware, are you? She's even getting 60 FPS on the original Oblivion because she's bad.
Things.
She is bad. Now, she's not a bad content creator. She's better than me. But she's bad at being a gamer. And I care about that more.
There's a town called Hackdirt. Literally. It has a lot of burnt down buildings, but aside from that, it appears very idyllic, seridyllic even, which makes it eerie already because the town feels so empty. If you talk to any of the locals...
Let me give you some advice, stranger. Leave.
Now.
You ain't welcome here.
Nope.
Look kindly.
It's Warren Jeffs and the FLDS.
Room,
they don't want you in their private town.
Otherwise,
leave.
You'd best be moving on. Stop talking.
Anyway, moving on. The secrets of this town are located...
She's playing in 60, which is better than normal. But it's still 60 FPS. Learn to Google, how do I get higher frames on Skyrim or whatever. So dumb. Hey, kitty, you calling for me? Oh, I thought I heard my cat. No? Oh, no. No sissy, huh? Okay. It must have been a cat in Oblivion. There was like a cat in Oblivion. I thought my cat was calling for me. Okay. Let's just go back to work.
In the underbelly, like all dark things, and you are immediately greeted with...
Where? Go.
And they're coming from some of the creepiest NPCs I've ever encountered in my entire life in a video game. I think this one is the father because of his gray hair.
He's
anyway,
inbred.
The entire town can access this cave. Basically, there's a secret door inside everyone's home, even Moslin's Inn. This dude. The game tricks you and presents itself as this beautiful place. Like, it's very convincing. But when you dig deeper, you find this cult living inside of it. The devs were inspired by Lovecraft, and this borrows
the Mormon
some
Church.
lore from his work, such as the concept of the Deep Ones, which are an oceanic humanoid race. If you turn the page, you get this insane writing. They're not a fan of lingering, by the way.
You shouldn't be in here, stranger. You'd better leave before somebody gets hurt.
Hey, I'm just here to vibe. I'm not here to...
trouble.
Well, I'm here to judge, but not in like a very obvious way. Okay, they're not a fan of me. I don't have big enough eyes. Well, anyway, the next place I want to take you to is a ship. And which ship? But okay, this ship is called the Serpent's Wake, and when you enter...
It's in the city. You get kidnapped. You wake up at sea. The implication is that you get raped.
The blood is so saturated. This ship is haunted. It's all very creepy. The bodies are strewn about like rag dolls. Staying in the same location, which is Anvil, I also want to show you another place here. Anvil is one of the creepier cities in this game, in my opinion. And please enjoy the low quality rendering of these mud crabs that now look like spiders. Also scary. If you are afraid of spiders, I'm not, because I love them. This is my spider pal. This is my buddy. I sleep with them all the time, every night. Okay, but lighthouse. Now, I actually have been to a real-life haunted lighthouse in St. Augustine. I'm someone who really wants to encounter a friendly ghost.
She's so much like my ex.
In my life, but I've not encountered.
She was into fennec foxes and rutabagas, and she liked health food and granola stuff. She was a pagan. She had a religion and she followed it, and she talked about jumping the broom. She was just her own person, totally. She was not taking cues from anybody the fuck else. She had good taste in music. She was a gamer. She liked World of Warcraft, but she also felt that World of Warcraft had a terrible, terrible influence on her life, and it did. You know.
One. But I've been to a lot of haunted places. in my lifelong search. I'm like Ryan Bugara from BuzzFeed. Love that guy. When you get to the top of this lighthouse, you can actually turn off the fire, which is pretty cool. But we're actually here to steal from this man. It's sunset now because my picture.
Some of these nerds are totally socially reclused, and they just don't have, what's the word? They're not sardonic. I think they live ideal lives, kind of. So they're like, their main concern is just entertaining themselves. I think it's kind of weird.
Pocketing skill was too low. But once we accomplish our goal, we run to the cellar, and just be warned about this next part. It is the most disturbing one of this video, I think.
She's appealing to girls.
Upon
what's wrong with
immediate
that?
entry, there is a dead dog, and it only gets worse. We have a dead body, cabbage, dead sheep, lots of red paint, lots of Halloween decorations, another dog, and then we reach what is called Mother's Head. The story here is that this mother was murdered by
This
the
is
Dark
boring me. I'm
Brotherhood,
gonna
and
get
her
off
son
of it. I don't
became
care about the story side of Oblivion. I'm a combat guy.
The last one, the 15th number in my list of things that could be PTSD instead of autism. This one's a big deal. This one, I think people are going to have to be able to see the child in various different environments. The children are supposed to be playful. Children are supposed to be goofy and silly and childlike. If a child doesn't act like a child, if a child acts like a little adult, red flag. You may think, well, my autistic kid does. If they, your autistic kid might be incredibly smart and something. If they might not be the same as their peers because they just can't connect with them. But then that also makes me think I've also seen autistic children who are playful. Autistic kids.
She's got the eyes.
It's because they have likes and interests. And
She reminds me of Reb Maisel. She's got Reb Maisel eyes. She's just as beautiful too.
ideas that they want to express.
I like
because
autistic eyes. They're a fascination of mine.
that's where their world is as a child. They have special interests that they want to indulge in. They have children should be a little bit weird. If a child follows every single rule, for a child to follow every single rule, that takes a lot of discipline. Children do not have frontal lobes. They don't have impulse control. For that to literally override their biology, I'm concerned. I'm concerned with their mind is. I see a child following every single rule. I'm concerned that their mind is just that I gotta follow all the rules. And I think it's really important to separate my inner world from a child's. A child does not have any say in my inner world. I'm not gonna get mad at a kid for acting like a kid. I will organize children and go, this is what you have to do. And if I have to remind them a couple times, that is what it is. They have small brains that aren't formed yet. I will do that. I have the big brain that, one, can remain calm when kids are annoying, and two, can remind you, I'm the structure here. I'm the adult, I'm the structure. I'm the one that has to be consistent and sturdy. I'm the one that has to uphold the boundaries. Children are going to push against boundaries. That is their job, is to see what is true and what is sturdy and what is life. If a child does not push against boundaries, I'm concerned, because a child should question things. A child should try things and be curious. And if a child isn't, and if they're not branching out, I'm what are you afraid of? Even the children who are just afraid of stuff, because that is a personality. Maybe they're just absolutely afraid. A good parent will be with them through those things and show them that you can do things scared. You can do hard things. If a child is afraid of making a mistake, if they're afraid of trying new things, if they don't even have have a sense of what they want to do with their own thoughts, in their own space, without their parents. What do I do with all these other people around me? That's a red flag for me. Anytime someone goes, oh my God, oh, you're so polite, you're like a little parent, you're like a little, to a child, like, you're so grown up. Red flag. Children should not be grown up. Children should not feel like grown-ups, especially when usually I find, well, I mean, and this is just coming from personal experience, but I was always told, you know, that I was a mature little gal and stuff. My parents are incredibly immature. Have you ever met my parents? They're incredibly immature. Having incredibly immature parents and then a mature child, red flag. Why does that child have to be the adult there? Those are my 15 traits that I want to tell everybody in the world that if you see this, say something.
Okay, okay. I think Daria was the autistic girl in the family. Is that the right way? I think it is. Nothing too good. I was hoping for a large blueprint frag. I didn't get one though, sadly. But small blueprint frags will get me there very slowly, and I pulled one yesterday. So I'm on my way. I'm just not there. I think I'll look for a milk crate in the hangar again before I recycle. And then I'll fly to Outpost and do the dome crates, and then I will come back and log. I think this game steals your time when you've played it too much and you... Oh god, that piece of grass, I thought it was somebody moving. This little piece of grass moving right here, I thought it was somebody moving. Forgot that there's 2 recyclers here. Yeah. Oh, there's a milk crate. Not too good, but oh well. Scrap like gets me to high qual. I'm not complaining. Oh. Yeah, that's a better place to land. I didn't realize. Two blueprint frags. I love this game. The frames are so much better than they used to be. This used to be a really hitchy, shitty game on a 3060 Ti. Now on a 4060, it's just great, fucking great. And I mean, this is a 5080 on the GeForce Now app, but yeah. Where's number 3? Oops.
To discuss the fallout from this week's shakeup in Maine's Senate race. Good evening, I'm Jeff Bennett. Amna Nawaz is away. On the NewsHour tonight, a housing affordability bill is on track to become law, but without President Trump's signature. Why he's denying his own party the chance to celebrate their legislative victory. The president fires members of a key election commission in his latest effort to assert control over the voting process. And an ongoing drought compounds problems for farmers already suffering from a shrinking Colorado River.
This almost feels like this hopefully is not the last nail in the coffin, but it has the looks of it for sure.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, for more than 50 years advancing ideas and supporting institutions to promote a better world, at hewlett.org. Friends of the NewsHour, including Jim and Nancy Bildner, and the Robert and Virginia Schiller Foundation. The Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation, upholding freedom by strengthening democracies at home and abroad. And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And friends of the NewsHour. This program was made possible by the contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Welcome
Nice.
to the NewsHour. Just hours from now, a sweeping new housing bill is set to become law. The measure passed Congress with bipartisan support, but President Trump said today he will not sign it, protesting the GOP Senate's failure to approve his election legislation known as the Save America Act. Now, barring a last-minute veto, the bill will usher in new housing regulations and incentives at midnight. Lisa Desjardins is here with more on what's set to change. Good to see you, Lisa. So this is a housing affordability. It's a complex problem. This is a complex bill. What are some of the most impactful aspects of this legislation?
I'm so excited to talk about actual policy. As you said, this is a complex subject, but this bill has quite a lot to it. It is not a show bill. It does have some serious impact and effect. So let's look at them right now. First of all, the biggest ones. This would redefine manufactured housing in this country, removing a 1970s era requirement. It also would speed up loans and support for modular housing. So together, those two provisions really could create a big boom in one form of housing being more available. At the same time, it also would limit corporations or institutional investors from buying more than 350 homes, and they would get $1 million penalty if they do that. Now, this bill essentially attacks the housing problem by increasing supply. That is just one part of the problem, and it would take time. One of the experts I spoke to said the full rollout of this could mean 3 to 5 years in affecting the market directly. What could happen most quickly? Those manufactured and modular housing pieces. So for years, what happened was manufactured housing had a requirement in this country that had a steel chassis underneath it. That is an outdated requirement, but it's been in place for 50 years. This bill removes that. That could revolutionize how manufactured housing is built and also make it cheaper. Those chassis cost $10,000 each. I spoke to a representative from the Manufactured Housing Institute today. They said this is a game changer, and it's what they see as the future of housing.
As you said, this is a big bill. What are some of the more overlooked provisions here?
Right. It's difficult to choose just 3, but I did. So these are 3 that are overlooked that I want to talk about. First of all, rural America would benefit from this. This would protect subsidies for almost 500,000 renters in rural America. It also would expand home repair subsidies for low-income Americans. And listen to this, it would encourage more community banks, give them more flexibility. Why is that important? I spoke to one of the main negotiators of this
20
bill,
minutes.
French Hill. He said that community banks are actually one of the largest sources of loans for development around the country of housing. So he wanted to make sure that there could be more of them when in fact he's seen it go the other way. There have been fewer. Now, as I said, this is about supply, but a lot of advocates say this misses a big piece of the puzzle of affordability. Let's look at where we are right now. The problem is vast. Home prices are up.
I thought I put a bag down at
We've been
Outpost.
talking about
No?
43 million Americans spend more than 30% of their income. That's sort of the mark people look at on housing. But how about this? Some 12 million American renters are spending more than half of their income on housing. So this is why advocates say there is still a lot more to do. I spoke with Libby O'Neill of the National Low Income Housing Coalition. She said they find hope in the fact that this bill was passed in a bipartisan way.
So that's a really big deal. We have been encouraged to hear many of the congressional leaders say that this is a first step. We really need sustained investments in programs like rental assistance, public housing programs to help people experiencing homelessness to really make an impact for that population.
Politically, there's some irony here. This is Congress doing something. The president has said nothing but good things about this bill, and yet here we are. The president is not planning to sign it.
There's another issue that you are tracking, Lisa. This has to do with the health of the former Senate leader, Republican Senate leader, Mitch McConnell. What more do you know?
Okay. Yeah, let's get into this. I know a lot of our viewers are paying attention to this. McConnell was admitted to the hospital 3 weeks ago. But beyond that, we don't know very much from his office. His office has not said why he was admitted. They only issued this statement. This was his most recent statement. From a spokesperson. The senator continues to improve and is working closely with his staff in Kentucky and on Kentucky and Senate matters while the Senate is out of session. At the same time, we know there is EMS audio tape from a dispatch on the date that he was admitted to the hospital, June 14th, indicating someone from his home was given CPR for cardiac arrest. We haven't been able to verify that that was McConnell himself, but a lot of people believe, what are the chances that someone else in McConnell's home who was admitted in the hospital that day had a cardiac arrest? There have been vast conspiracies about this. Some of our viewers have heard them probably, but I have spoken to McConnell contacts who say they have texted back and forth with him. Others have publicly said they've had long conversations with him. So this brings up the question, why do we not know? Why is he not saying what happened to him? McConnell's 84 years old. He is the person who served the longest as a party leader in the Senate. And one thing you and I both know from covering him, there's no one more disciplined and perhaps more private about his health concerns. This is not his first health concern. He froze up twice before in press conferences before he left leadership. So I believe we probably won't know what has happened to him until he wants to tell us. But there is a real issue of disclosure, especially we're hearing that from people in his state.
Lisa Desjardins, thanks as always.
You're welcome.
Mitch the bitch. What happened to you? You should have gave it up 35 years ago.
Underway. President Trump has ousted the remaining members of a bipartisan federal agency that helps state and local officials run smooth elections and certify voting equipment. Our White House correspondent Liz Landers is here to explain what happened at the Election Assistance Commission and the impact it could have in November. So Liz, who was pushed out and how is the White House explaining this move?
The 3 remaining commissioners there at the EAC were pushed out yesterday. Thomas Hicks, who was the chairman, he is a Democrat. Also, Benjamin Hovland, he was also a Democrat appointed to the commission. And then one Republican who apparently resigned under pressure, Christy McCormick, have all left. The 4th commissioner had already left at that point. So there is no one on the EAC right now that is a confirmed commissioner. VoteBeat reports that last night, these commissioners, the 2 who were dismissed, received an email telling them that they were being pushed out, and it was signed by someone from the White House. We have not heard directly from the president on this, but I did email the White House yesterday asking for comment about this. A White House official told me in a statement that the president has the authority to fire people that, quote, may not be totally aligned with the important task of securing America's elections and ensuring every legal vote is counted. And interestingly, Jeff, the White House pointed to a recent Supreme Court decision, the Slaughter decision, which tests the limits of the president's ability to fire independent agency heads. He was allowed to fire this FTC commissioner, Rebecca Slaughter, but Lisa Cook, a member of the Federal Reserve Board, does remain in her job. So if one of these terminated members of this board were to sue, we might be in uncharted legal territory.
So the EAC, the Election Assistance Commission, I think it's fair to say most people did not know it existed until the White House fired the remaining commissioners. What exactly does it do?
This commission does not have any of these confirmed commissioners at this point, so they can't act. But I spoke with David Becker earlier today. He's the executive director of the Center for Election Innovation and Research, and he said that the EAC doesn't really have much control over anything. They have kind of 3 main areas and tasks that they do. They create, alongside election officials, a voluntary voting systems guideline to certify voting equipment. But again, that's voluntary. Not all states participate. They give grant money when appropriated by Congress, and then they administer a election voting administration survey every 2 years.
How concerned are state election officials about all of these changes?
One Republican that I spoke to was not very concerned. This person pointed out that because the EAC does not have any governing authority, they were not that worried about this decision. I also spoke, though, with Tobias Reed. He's the Democratic Secretary of State of Oregon. He called these firings irresponsible and reckless, and I asked how this change will affect the midterm elections in his state.
I think it remains to be seen. As I said, we are prepared to step into that gap, but I think it also really underscores how important it is for the president if he wanted to really make a difference in elections. He would go to a whole range of other things that would be much more effective. The president could restore the funding to the agency that is responsible for protecting our elections from foreign interference and cyber intrusions. He hasn't chosen to do that. He could make it easier for more people to have the access that Oregonians do to paper mail-in ballots. So if the president were serious about this, he'd be focused on that instead of this kind of manufactured controversy and exceeding his authority.
And these firings aren't happening in a vacuum. As you well know, President Trump has been laser focused on trying to change how elections at the state level are administered in this country.
He's put pressure on various parts of the government and also used presidential power and authority, which the courts, I would add, have pushed back on throughout the last year or so. I think our audience will remember that the Director of National Intelligence went to Fulton County to investigate the election there from 2020 that still has no proof of substantial voter fraud there. The Department of Justice keeps losing challenges to their requests for personal data and voter rolls. There are executive orders about mail-in ballots that the president has signed, and courts keep telling him that he does not have authority over election administration in this country. And then he has also put pressure on Congress recently on that Save America Act, a sweeping voting piece of legislation. So for years now that he's been elected, he's been talking about election fraud, which is incredibly rare in this country, Jeff. This is a solution without a problem.
Liz Landers, thanks so much for this reporting. We appreciate it.
Of course.
Today's other headlines start with the deadly ICE shooting in Houston this week of a Mexican man who had been living in the U.S. for decades. The Department of Homeland Security says Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was not the intended focus of an immigration enforcement operation when the shooting occurred. A DHS official tells the NewsHour that, quote, officers were almost at the target's address when they observed a white van with an individual who resembled the target. Federal officials claim an officer then fired in self-defense after Salgado Araujo, quote, weaponized his vehicle, but have provided no evidence to support that claim. A lawyer for 3 men who were also in the car is demanding an independent investigation.
His only crime was that he fit the description of another man that they were looking for.
Only took me 10 minutes to get here. That's good.
The agency's versions of the killings have varied. My client's versions of the events are extremely different from what ICE agents are saying, or what the agency is saying.
I need a blue card.
Federal officials have not yet released the name of the officer who opened fire. The case has reignited public concerns about the Trump administration's aggressive immigration crackdown and the tactics of ICE officers. The family of the teenager whose body was found off the coast of Mississippi is calling for a thorough investigation into their son's death. 18-year-old Nolan Wells had gone on a boat trip to a nearby island with friends during the July 4th weekend, but did not return with them. He was the only black teenager among a group of white friends. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office says no foul play is suspected, but is calling for any witnesses to come forward. At a press conference today, civil rights attorney Ben Crump said the facts of the case are not adding up, as the mother of Nolan Wells asked for answers.
We're going to make sure that we get to the truth, the whole truth,
white people.
and nothing but the truth. Because Nolan deserves.
I don't know. If white people are around, I'm not so sure.
What happened? And why our baby didn't come home?
An official autopsy has been conducted, though it could be weeks before results are released. Police say the friends who were on the island with Wells are cooperating with the investigation. The CDC says an intestinal parasite called cyclosporiasis has now reached more than 30 states. The agency has confirmed more than 800 cases of the parasite, which can cause weeks of gastrointestinal illness. At least 86 people have been hospitalized. Some states are reporting much higher numbers, with more than 1,500 in Michigan alone. Several other states have also recorded at least 100 cases. No deaths have been reported, and the source has not been identified, but it typically stems from contaminated irrigation water. Experts say to thoroughly wash fruits and vegetables or cook them before eating. A wildfire in southern Spain has killed at least a dozen people, making it one of the country's deadliest fires on record. Authorities say that many of the victims died while trying to escape after ignoring shelter-in-place orders. More than 20 people remain missing. Hundreds of firefighters and soldiers are still working to contain the blaze. It broke out yesterday, and as of this afternoon, had burned nearly 8,000 acres. Locals say the devastation is overwhelming.
A disaster, not just for the woodland, but for the people who have already died in everything that has happened. The house right there up above has burned completely.
Spain has experienced a series of heat waves this summer, and local officials say those have contributed to the fire's intensity. The Bayeux Tapestry is back in the UK for the first time in nearly 1,000 years. Trucks carrying the 11th century artwork arrived overnight at the British Museum after a secret high-security journey from France. The tapestry spans more than 220 feet and depicts the Norman invasion in 1066, a pivotal moment in British history. French President Emmanuel Macron called the loan a tangible expression of the long-standing friendship between the UK and France. It will go on view in September, and museum officials say 100,000 tickets have already been sold. In World Cup news today, Spain advanced to the semifinals after beating Belgium 2-1 this afternoon. Things were looking promising for Belgium after they tied the match 1-1 with this header in the first half. It was the first time Spain had conceded a goal all tournament, but they then pulled ahead with a goal in the closing minutes and will take on France on Tuesday. And late today, Apple sued OpenAI, accusing the company of stealing trade secrets tied to products still in development. It's a dramatic reversal for the two companies, which entered into a high-profile partnership in 2024 to integrate ChatGPT into the iPhone's operating system. Meantime, on Wall Street, stocks ended the week with modest gains. The Dow Jones Industrial Average added about 150 points. The Nasdaq rose roughly 75 points. The S&P 500 closed out its fourth winning week out of the past 5. Still to come on the News Hour. After recent court defeats, where trans advocates are focusing their efforts next. David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart give their analysis on the week's headlines. And we speak with the man in a poignant image that laid bare the country's stark divides on its 250th anniversary.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
The U.S. Supreme Court wrapped up a consequential term for LGBTQ rights last week. In one of its major end-of-term decisions, the justices upheld state bans on transgender athletes competing in girls' and women's sports. But the ruling left key legal questions unresolved, and new challenges are already taking shape. Liz Landers is back and brings us a conversation she recorded earlier this week on the ongoing legal battles.
For decades, LGBTQ rights groups have turned to the courts to fight back against laws they view as discriminatory. And while they've notched victories in the past, advocates are now facing challenges in that legal movement. In the past 2 years, the Supreme Court's conservative majority has sided with Republican-led states on issues involving transgender people. Those rulings include bans on gender-affirming care for minors, and just last week, upholding bans on transgender women and girls from playing on sports teams that match their gender identity. For more on where the legal movement goes next, I'm joined now by Chase Strangio, co-director of the ACLU's LGBTQ and HIV project and the first openly transgender attorney to argue before the U.S. Supreme Court. Chase, thank you for joining NewsHour.
Thanks so much for having me.
How are you and the ACLU responding to last week's Supreme Court decision?
You know, we're going to do what we always do, which is assess the court's decision and prepare to mobilize whatever strategic next steps we need to take both in and out of the courtroom. Whether we win or lose at the Supreme Court, there is always more work to be done, and that is how we are positioning ourselves for the coming months and years.
I want to ask you about the Bostock versus Clayton County decision that was from 2020 from the Supreme Court that protects employees against discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity. It was a major win for you all just a few years ago, but public sentiment has shifted since then. How much of that change comes down to politics?
I think that the reality is that the Supreme Court's decision in Bostock in 2020 coincided with a change in the federal administration and was in the middle of the pandemic. And in the aftermath of those three things altogether, we saw a pretty significant backlash targeting LGBT people. And it was part of the political changes that were happening, but it was also part of a very significant conservative investment in narratives targeting particularly transgender people and hundreds of millions of dollars that were paid in the 4 or 5 years between 2021 and 2025 to demonize trans people in particular. And that, of course, changes public sentiment when they're internalizing incessant narratives about our community that situate us as a threat, despite the fact that we represent less than 1% of the population.
You are dealing with a Supreme Court with a conservative majority of justices that clearly don't share your vision. How big of an obstacle is that?
I think right now we are facing in all rights movements, all civil rights movements, a serious set of obstacles, both from the federal executive and from the judiciary in terms of a desire to really narrow civil rights. And now, as trans people are facing this battle with attacks from the Trump administration and significant constraints on our rights from the Supreme Court, obviously we need to think about ways to protect people without just relying on the federal government. So we're turning to state courts, we're turning to state legislatures, but we can't abandon advocacy in the federal courts, and we won't, because that is an important part of fighting back against the type of attacks that we're seeing from the Trump administration. And even though we are facing these obstacles from the Supreme Court, we are consistently still winning in the lower courts, delaying some of the most egregious harms that our communities are facing. So it's about pursuing a multifaceted approach and doing whatever we can to protect the rights and well-being of our community.
About those lower court battles, some critics say that it's risky to bring these legal challenges to anti-trans laws when courts at the state level are turning wins into losses at the Supreme Court. Are these lower level wins enough?
It's easy to critique a minority for advocating for their rights when the problem is this larger set of structures that are targeting some of the most vulnerable members of our communities and absolving those structures and those people and institutions in power. But if we sit back and don't challenge some of the most aggressive actions targeting trans people, then we've essentially just accepted the idea that we can exist in this baseline where trans people are denied access to education, to healthcare, to safe housing, even to privacy in their medical records. And I don't think that would be a safe or effective state of play to just let exist without challenge.
This has now been 2 years of setbacks for your advocacy when it comes to the Supreme Court, including last year's ruling on gender-affirming care for minors and this year's on conversion therapy. Where does the movement go from here?
These are losses that will have a negative impact on people's lives, on young people's well-being. And of course, you know, we grieve those realities and we continue to fight on. Movements are long, and the fight for justice is a multi-generational fight. So we take in the setbacks, we care for our community, but we don't let it deter us in these multi-generational fights to ensure that we continue to push towards justice.
Chase Strangio, thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
This is a raptor. Oh. Uninvolved
This
raptor.
past winter was an extraordinarily dry one in the western part of the country. A lack of snowpack that normally feeds the Colorado River has only deepened the impact of a wider drought out west, which affects tens of millions of people in 7 states and Mexico. And this spring and summer, that drought, made worse by climate change, is taking a big bite out of farmers' plans in Colorado. Our science correspondent, Miles O'Brien, has this report for our series, Tipping Point.
Tipping Point.
Miles, thanks for meeting us.
I met cattle rancher Hugh Sandberg at the gates to his property in Delta County, western Colorado. With Diva, the diligent dog, riding shotgun, he drove me up a hill to survey his pastures. The scenery here is as rare as the rain, only about 12 inches a year. And the brown patch tells the story.
We won't have enough to feed all the cows we have without either buying some hay or selling some cows.
He'd rather not go into debt at this stage of his life, so he is now counting cows, seeing which ones he will cull. Ranchers and farmers here depend on a century-old labyrinth of creeks, ditches, and diversions to keep their fields green. This year, he's receiving only half the water he normally counts on, even though his water rights date back to 1896, placing him near the top of Colorado's seniority system.
So you have senior rights, but in the face of whatever's going on with the weather, it doesn't add up to much, does it?
Well, you've got to have water in the stream to make water to come down the ditches, and unfortunately we don't have water in the streams this year.
These are the headwaters of the Colorado River. The water in these streams starts as snow high in the mountains that surround the valley. But this year, nature came up short. A drier, warmer winter was followed by an exceptionally hot March, triggering an early melt. By May, about 70% of the snowpack had already disappeared.
Our biggest reservoir in Colorado is the snowpack. This year was shocking.
Jason Ullman is the state engineer. He is responsible for managing one of Colorado's most precious resources,
water.
He took me on a tour of the Uncompahgre River Valley,
Beautiful.
a tributary of the Colorado.
How would you characterize that river relative to other springs?
So we would expect there to be hundreds of cubic feet per second here. This is approximately 4 CFS, so very low for this time of year.
The stream flow's dwindling. Ullman and his team face an unenviable task, shutting off water deliveries to the valley's 85,000 acres of irrigated farmland based on seniority. Not far from Hugh Sandberg's ranch, Chan Fogg tends a 60-acre orchard, nearly 30,000 apple, pear, and peach trees.
Everything that we do, we have to have snowpack. And without snowpack, we have a drought. Instead of bins of apples this year, we'll have pounds of apples.
He says it takes about 30 inches of water to produce a healthy, profitable crop. 20 inches is the bare minimum just to keep the trees alive.
We don't have a choice of not irrigating, because if you don't irrigate, the trees die and you've lost your lifetime investment.
So this is all apples?
This is peaches on this side and apples over here.
I got you. Chan Fogg has worked hard to get by with less water. He showed me his ingenious system.
This is the ditch that supplies our water, child's ditch, and it comes in here.
Water travels through a buried pipe to a pump system that Isaac Newton would appreciate. Gravity does all the work.
This gauge over here is a flow meter, and it shows that we're using 168 gallons a minute right now.
The pumps feed a micro sprinkler irrigation system. He installed it a decade ago thanks to some federal grant money.
It's just a lot more efficient, and you get the same amount of water from the top of the orchard to the bottom.
And do you use less water with it?
Oh, considerably less, yeah. Probably less than a third as much water.
All right, let's go see how you irrigate all these things, huh?
It's not enough to erase his worries, but this spring's wild weather may have offered Chan one small silver lining. The March heat wave brought his fruit trees into bloom weeks early. Then came a hard freeze in April, wiping out his nascent fruit. Crop insurance softened the financial blow, and ironically, fruitless trees need far less water.
The trees will get stressed, but they won't, if we just keep a minimal amount of water on them, they'll make it through the year.
Fogg and other farmers here are able to purchase water from a string of small reservoirs in the mountains nearby. But they provide a cushion for only one drop.
16 days, which I think is, that's almost a full wipe. It's like, it's not though. It's not, I need another 10 past that, but I don't have to worry about this for a while. And I've got enough scrap to keep buying more and more high quality as it is anyways. So, yep, looking good. If I could sell cloth, I'd have like 20,000 scrap, but I can't. So, okay, done with this game. I'm going to switch over to, I think, Oblivion Remaster. But this was good. It was a good session, except for dying at Outpost. Okay, quick Quit. Tempted to buy this game, but I don't know. I mean, I know I don't like Assassin's Creed. I know I don't. But, you know, it's good to reflect on it. Maybe I'll play some Borderlands 4, actually. Oh, I guess it's actually family dinner time. So I guess I'm not going to fire anything up, I guess.
By year. If we have another year after this year, like this year, it's going to be a lot more painful than it is even this year. They'll just be completely off. With so little water stored for not-so-rainy days, farmers here are accustomed to shortages and curtailments.
With our water situation, we've had to fallow pretty much half of all the fields that we have.
Reed Fishering grows sweet corn in Delta County. As we walked his farm, he showed me the stark line between the fields he was able to plant and those he was forced to leave fallow.
This shows the demarcation line of possible money versus us having to just sit fallow and not make any money on it. So this kind of represents our economic outlook for 2026.
In a normal year, Fishering plants about 1,000 acres. This year, it's closer to 500. What we saw on the western slope of Colorado is just one small part of how the 25-year drought, fueled by climate change, has affected the entire Colorado River system. Lakes Meade and Powell, two giant reservoirs downstream that provide water to California, Arizona, Nevada, tribal nations, and Mexico, are at critically low levels.
Every single year we seem to be hit by something new, and this almost feels like this hopefully is not the last nail in the coffin, but it has the looks of it for sure.
This bone-dry growing season comes as the 7 Colorado River Basin states struggle to negotiate a new agreement on how to share.
Everything sucks now. Even the land of my birth. Everything sucks now.
As they debate the size of the cuts and who should bear them, nature has weighed in with a reminder. It always bats last. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Miles O'Brien in the Uncompahgre River Valley, Colorado.
I love that word, Uncompahgre.
To discuss the fallout from this week's shakeup in Maine's Senate race and the resumption of hostilities with Iran and more, we turn now to Brooks and Capehart. That's The Atlantic's David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart of MS Now. Good evening, gentlemen. So Democrats have this immediate challenge, trying to replace Graham Plattner in this critical Maine Senate race. The larger question is why, these serious controversies increasingly fail to disqualify political candidates until the pressure becomes overwhelming. But Jonathan, starting with the practical question, what do Democrats need to do now?
They need to get a nominee who can best go up against Susan Collins. Now, with Graham Plattner finally out of the race, I was happy to see that he submitted the papers to fully get out of the race this afternoon. That is the first step that needed to happen. Now Democrats have to have the convention, and a bunch of people are going to jump into that race and be a part of the process to become the nominee. But again, no matter who the nominee is, they are going up against a formidable candidate in Susan Collins. We've talked about this many times before. How many elections have we seen her either down in the polls, potentially losing to the Democrat, but on election day, she blows the doors off the election? That scenario is still at work. So whoever becomes the Democratic nominee, whoever the Maine Democrats pick, they better pick the person and then circle the wagons around them to give that nominee the best possible shot they can to defeat Susan Collins.
And David, the fact that Graham Plattner survived one controversy after another, his political support largely held until there was this allegation that was just so serious that it became impossible for the party to move on. What does that say about how high the threshold for political shame has become?
Very high, apparently. Everyone's a sinner, and we all have things that we're not proud of in our past. But he had so many red flags. And it was not only the tattoo and over a decade of Reddit posts, but as we've learned, when some guy's abusive to one woman, they're more. There's a pattern of behavior all the time. And we learned from some reporting in the New York Times this week that 3 operatives from the Democratic National Party in D.C. went up to Maine and told him, "You're the guy, you're our hero, you're our Messiah, you should run." And people in Maine who knew him was like, "You might still be in a fragile state. Maybe this is not a good idea." And they turned out to be right. To me, the bigger picture is when you decide whether or not to vote for somebody, there should be 3 filters. First, do they have the moral character ready to do the job? Are they trustworthy? Do they tell the truth? The second filter should be, do they have good judgment? Can they read a situation and see, here's what needs to be done here? And the third filter should be, do they agree with me? Are they on my political team? But what's happened in politics over the last, I don't know how many years, is those first 2 filters are gone. And so people only ask, are they on my team?
It's
and
dinner
that's
time.
Obviously true on the Republican side with Trump, but it's also true of Bernie Sanders, who stuck to Plattner like glue after a lot of these revelations were coming, because he decided, oh, he's a Democrat, therefore I don't have to worry about character, I don't have to worry about judgment. But let's all learn the lesson. Character actually kind of is important, and if somebody doesn't have that, it doesn't matter if they're on your team.
Well, what about that, Jonathan? Democrats for years had pointed at Donald Trump and made the argument that character matters. Does the fact that so many Democrats were willing to stick with Graham Plattner, does that undercut their argument fundamentally?
No, it doesn't, because we're talking about one guy over a history of candidates where Democrats didn't put the considerations they gave to Graham Plattner into work. I look at it like this. What happened, what should have happened, finally happened. And when you look on the Republican side, and particularly with President Trump, who's had similar accusations against him, including some court actions, and yet Republicans stuck by him. And so I wonder if a lot of Democrats looked and thought, you know what? The guy in the Oval Office has got a lot of baggage. This guy has a lot of baggage. We're going to hang in there. Should they have done it? No, they shouldn't have. And the consequences of that, Maine and Maine Democrats are dealing with that now. But I hope that this is a lesson for candidates around the country. If you have skeletons in your closet, you better know what they are, and you better be truthful and forthcoming about what they are when people come to you and say, you are the one. Maybe you should be the person who says, you know what, I'm not, and maybe you should go talk to someone else.
Well, let's shift our focus to the president and NATO this past week, because the president left The summit in Turkey with allies now spending more on their own defense, which is what he has been calling for years. And the alliance is still intact. It's a low bar. But his defenders would say that the results vindicate the president's methods. Do you see it that way?
Not quite vindication. I think people have gotten used to the Trump show, and they know there's going to be a lot of shrapnel flying in the air when he arrives in town. But the good news is, according to the reporting, at the end, he filled everybody with love. He praised everybody. Apparently, he was actually listening to each of the leaders as we spoke. And we got more out of this summit than we had every right to expect or deserve. As you said, the Europeans are taking a greater share of the defense budget. To me, the most impressive thing is both Europeans and Americans and our other allies are building a manufacturing base for defense. A couple of years ago, we were so far behind China in the manufacturing base. We're now beginning to do that. There's still a support for Ukraine and more money for Ukraine out of this summit, and that's significant. And so it was a successful summit, and Trump showed some humanity. The thing that worries me is so many foreign policy experts these days are worried that Vladimir Putin, who's got his back to the wall, is going to reach out and attack a NATO ally directly. And they're going to wonder, is the U.S. going to be there? Is NATO going to be there? Is NATO still a thing? And it seems outrageous to me that Vladimir Putin would launch another invasion. But I keep hearing this from so many foreign policy experts. I'm wondering, something to look out for.
Yeah, what's your assessment, Jonathan?
Well, I mean, I take your points, David, about a successful summit. I just wonder if part of it was great, the president's good behavior. But I wonder if the Europeans, the NATO allies, have gotten to the point where, they just placate him, have Rutte babysit him, and do all the stuff for public show, but behind the scenes are doing everything they can to ensure that the alliance hangs together, whether it or not the United States is there. And the one thing that tempers, as I was listening to you, David, the one thing that gives me some caution is, let's say Vladimir Putin does invade a NATO country or attack a NATO country directly. I still believe, and I'm sure leaders in European NATO capitals are wondering, will the United States actually be a participant in Article 5 protection of that NATO ally? And I don't know if anyone has a definitive answer to that right now.
I don't even try.
In the time that remains, I want to get to this other topic because I spoke with Rahm Emanuel this past week, who argued in Israel that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's handling of the war with Gaza has left Israel increasingly isolated and facing what he called the prospect of perpetual occupation.
Have a look around.
David, is that becoming, in many ways, the sort of the mainstream position inside both political parties?
I hope so, but I don't think so. I think Rahm gave a great speech. He has the bona fides to do it. I thought the Palestinians were idiots for not signing up to the Oslo peace process. I think Netanyahu and the Israelis have been idiots to do all these settlements, which really make the two-state process. And so both sides in the region have given up on the two-state solution. My problem is in the United States, a lot of people in America are giving up the two-state solution. Rahm Emanuel believes in it. A lot of mainstream Republicans believe in it. But when I go on college campuses, a lot of the students I talk to, they just don't believe in it.
Goods for sale here.
And a lot of people on the right don't believe in it.
What can I interest you in?
Jonathan?
One, Dave, Jeff, I want to commend you on your interview with Rahm Emanuel. Your questions were great. I thought his answers were terrific. His speech was terrific. And what I took away from it was that Rahm was sending a message to the Israeli people that this is about Prime Minister Netanyahu. And he is the obstacle to bringing about any kind of path towards a peaceful solution.
Jonathan Capehart, David Brooks, I certainly wish we had more time for this conversation, but thank you both. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Jeff.
Events surrounding America's 250th birthday produced many memorable images. Fireworks lighting up the sky over the Capitol, crowds dressed in red, white, and blue, and military aircraft flying over Washington's many monuments. But one set of images has drawn attention for a very different reason. They show hundreds of masked, uniformed men marching through parts of Washington on the morning of the 4th of July. The men are members of Patriot Front, That's a white supremacist group formed in the aftermath of the 2017 Unite the Right.
Whoa, look at all the fucking Nazis, not a black man to be found. Oh no. We have all this tech like internet and fucking space shuttles and stuff, but we're all just idiot-ass like Oblivion NPCs in our faction wars and our slavery and stuff. It's so stupid. We're all just these base fucking people.
Rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. Images of members of the group riding metro trains alongside other passengers have since gone viral. Amna Nawaz spoke earlier with one of those passengers.
Roswell
Go
and
look for
was
yourself.
on the DC Metro,
The
headed
town
to an
is
Independence
gone,
Day celebration in
and
Maryland
most
on
of its
July 4th.
people.
The ride
The
started
Daedric
out as
people who-
expected. He saw people dressed in red, white,
Good
and
day.
blue,
Go
families
ahead.
getting on and off. But the atmosphere
I
suddenly
offer the
shifted
finest-
when a massive crowd of men, all dressed alike, wearing
Hot
masks,
shower, hot shower,
entered the
hot
train.
shower.
He soon found out those men were members of the
Be
white
seeing ya.
supremacist group, the Patriot Front. Getty Images photographer Finn Gomez captured this photo of
White
Encina
people.
during that ride. Roswell Encina heads the U.S. Capitol Historical Society.
Hello? Okay, I'll be right there. I don't need the phone call. Okay, so I am going out to family dinner here, and I will be back in an hour or so. And I love you guys. Thank you so much for your time. You have been watching Skycatlive. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Sorry, put me on in the background. Click on the cat's face to donate. I'm gonna exit. And oh yeah. Maybe I should tell him to do something else, I guess. Where did you go? Where are we now? We are here, but you didn't seem to do what I told you to do, which is go explore that. I don't know. Go take the accelerator too. Whatever it takes, whatever. Okay. I will be back and I will pause. Hi guys, I'm back. It's 8:30 p.m. on Friday, 7/10, July 10th, and I am back to play some video games, logging into some Rust and some EVE Online. I don't know where I currently am. Way over here in Neptune, Uranus. Uranus is a pocket, apparently. Go explore that. Explore.
Nonprofit and nonpartisan educational organization dedicated to preserving the history of the U.S. Capitol. And he joins me now. Welcome to the NewsHour. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So take me back to July 4th. You're on this train, you're headed to a celebration. You notice these men coming on the train, and this photo of you then goes viral. What's going through your mind at that moment in the picture?
Well, I was scared. I'd be lying to you if I told you I was trying to be strong. But, you know, when a massive amount of men who are masked, covered with sunglasses and a baseball cap, and you can't identify any of them, your natural instinct is to really just like, oh my goodness, what?
Okay, what's up, friendos? Welcome back. Let's talk about Elder Scrolls Online and just the next bit of really bad news that we've had in the MMO industry, because for whatever reason we were born or grew to be fans of the domestic violence that is liking MMORPGs, and it seems like unless you enjoy Guild Wars, I guess, or one of the MMOs that's been out for 10, 15, 20 years, or Korean MMOs, double thumbs up for that one if you enjoy those, because you definitely love being abused. Don't worry, this time it'll definitely be different, guys. Ion 2 will for sure not be a pay-to-win mess. Wink, wink,
or
nudge,
Arcade
nudge.
2.
But if you are a fan of MMOs, you're probably accustomed to really bad news at this point, because it's pretty much all we get. And the bad news here is, of course, you will have no doubt seen if you follow this stuff, Elder Scrolls Online, ZeniMax Online, the studio that develops this, has just had one of the most devastating layoffs you could probably ever have at a studio like this. 213 employees for a studio that, for all reports I could find, is between 300 and maybe at the most 400 people. And essentially, if you use any of those numbers, you're looking at 50 to 70% of the entire studio being laid off. Now, hearing that, and knowing that the numbers look healthy, just looking at the Steam charts, which doesn't take into account all the console players, doesn't take into account all of the people not using the Steam client, which will no doubt be the bulk of people, you'll be thinking like, oh, Kira, why would you think this means that it's the death of Elder Scrolls Online? And I don't say this to be like, I guess, sensationalist or anything. This is my legitimate opinion. I'm not trying to rage bait or clickbait or anything. I just think if you look at this from like the angle of how Microsoft are treating the studio and just how these things work historically, you can follow my logic and tell me if you disagree.
What's in my lap?
There are people asking the question, why exactly, when this game is profitable and this studio is delivering on a product that no doubt millions of people over the course of the year play, why would they fire that many of the studio? Why would they lay off 50 to 70% of something that's making money? And the reality is there's a term for this, which we'll go over in a second, called harvesting. And this is a business term that is pretty much as ominous as it sounds. And this is almost certainly what's happening with Elder Scrolls Online. And Microsoft, if you want to know kind of where they're at with the games industry is experiencing a crash right now. And Microsoft is partly to blame for this. But the reason that they're in the position they're in is because around 6 years ago, they started making a really big push towards their new platform. Instead of being a console creator and trying to force you into the walled garden of the Xbox console, they decided they were going to just sell games everywhere and try and onboard everybody to Game Pass, the subscription service, and that would be their platform. And it worked for a while until they realized they would have to pump so much money into this for such a long period of time, and the returns were absolutely diminishing. But at the time, they were just spending as much money as they could to buy as many studios to put their games on Game Pass and make it as attractive as possible to the audience. And as part of this, they bought the whole Bethesda group, which included all these amazing franchises, included all these studios, 2,300 incredibly talented people, which how many of those are still even working there? Probably 1,000 maybe at this point, who knows? Maybe less than that. So they got all these things. They also got things like Activision Blizzard, etc., etc. And now they're realizing it's not sustainable. And how much upside is there? How much money are we going to make from having these big Western studios developing these games that have increasingly high budgets and essentially aren't making the return that we need or want? Especially when we now have all these IPs, we can do anything with them. Why are we continuing funding these studios with large sums of money? With the Elder Scrolls Online, the way that this makes sense to me is essentially the studio and the game has been in operation for so long, they've been spending roughly the same amount of money on the game and making roughly the same amount of money on the game for the last probably 5 or 6 years. The game probably isn't likely to see some kind of huge explosion in player numbers because it just never has. Obviously, we don't have the numbers again from the other platform and from the consoles, but if you just judge this as a trend, a data set to look at like what's happened from 2015 to 2026, it's just kind of like up, sideways, down, sideways, up a little bit, down a little bit. And if all the other platforms are like this, when Microsoft looks at it and says, okay, we're spending 3, 5, 7 million, whatever it is a month on running this thing, is it likely that we're going to see like much higher returns over the coming years by continuing to invest that money? Or would we make more short-term profit by axing most of the studio and doing this thing called harvesting? A harvest strategy reduces investment to maximize profits from a mature product. Elder Scrolls Online, very old MMORPG. This strategy reallocates funds from outdated products to new technologies or models. They love a bit of AI, they love those AI models, and they're definitely reallocating funds, aka firing everybody from all these studios. It often involves cutting marketing and capital expenses while relying on brand loyalty. What are they relying on here? Oh, don't worry, the Elder Scrolls fans will keep playing Elder Scrolls because there isn't another Elder Scrolls MMO out there. Even if we give them less and less content, they'll probably keep playing for at least long enough for us to harvest as much money as possible. And at that point, we'll have basically got what we wanted, and we can just continue to do the same thing. Spending less money, making slightly less money, but having a higher percentage return on that investment. Harvest strategies can also serve as exit plans for venture capitalists. This doesn't really apply here. So some people are saying, why would they do this if the game's earning, you know, $15 million is the number I keep seeing thrown around. People are saying, oh, you know, they're earning 15 mil a month off the game. And what you've got to think is Microsoft, the parent company of Xbox, earned like, I think it was like $230 billion revenue last year. So if they're making 15 a month off this game and they don't think that there's an incredible upside in the near term future based on the analytics they already have, and they think that the game's on like the downtrend or is just going to maintain sideways without any massive swing either way, they're probably just going to pull as much investment as possible and just hope that basically the short-term money they make, let's say they're spending 5 to 7 million a month on operating the game, but they're earning 15. Maybe they pull it down to they're spending $2 to $3 million a month and then they're earning more profit, and they just continue to do that until the game essentially isn't worth running anymore. This is just what they do. Like, it's just bean counted. They're literally just looking at the game like an abacus, because that's what it is. It's just business. Which is why I say that, like, this is the death of the game. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, it might not be in 5 years from now, but the eventual reality is this game is going to get less and less content. They're probably not going to substantially hire anybody.
Not playing the content that they did do, you know, because it all takes so long with so little reward. The game's combat does not stimulate me in any way or form.
What would
that's hard to do.
What would the spark be to hire a bunch of people that take time to train up and get into the content pipeline and start making a difference to the game when they've just decided the game isn't worth the current investment? You know, it's one of those things. If a game with X amount of employees, let's say 350, hasn't in 5 years managed to raise the bar to the point where the revenue line keeps going up, which is all these companies care about, and Microsoft, of course, if they can't raise the bar to that point with those employees, if you fire over half of them,
are you sure?
Fire a bunch of the top end people that have the biggest salaries, bring in newer leadership or promote people within. What are the chances that they're going to actually make that huge difference with way less resources? It's very close to zero. So Microsoft have done this knowing that what they've done is essentially put an eventual sunset date on Elder Scrolls Online, because now the line is going to go sideways and down as an almost guarantee. And all that's going to happen is they're just going to fire more people when that happens. It's then going to get less updates. They're going to then overly monetize the game even more. It's already a very monetized game in the first place, but they'll do even more to make money from the people who are in the game. Maybe they'll do more sales to try and get some new players to stem the bleeding originally, but they are going to have to monetize people more as time goes on to make the paymasters of Microsoft happier. And then the reality is, the more you alienate people by doing this, the less content, the more monetization, more and more people quit, which means that in turn, there's less people to do stuff with, the world start being less populated, and the eventual reality is that makes more people quit until you get to the point where Microsoft eventually says, oh darn, gosh, who would have seen this coming, that it's no longer feasible to operate this MMORPG that we killed X amount of years previously by firing everybody. In the day and age we live in right now, it is not enough for your game to be profitable. They don't care. This is not like mom and pop shop where a few $1 million a month would be like crazy life-changing money. 15 million, even if it was all profit to Microsoft, is like a rounding error. They don't give a fuck about this. They're literally just playing the numbers game of like, is Elder Scrolls Online going to long-term make enough money to continue having this level of money and resources put into it, versus can we just harvest as much as we can in the short term and then essentially just not really care if it goes away later? And the thing is, I don't really see any mechanism by which this ever comes back. I really don't see an avenue for them to suddenly get way more players making less content and hire new people and start the growth period again, especially when right now in the games industry pretty much nobody's hiring at these big studios because they're not allowed to. This person points out, I don't see the future and reworks being committed to after this. I worry Microsoft wants to sunset ASO and ride it out while it makes money. That is literally exactly what they are doing. There is no two ways about this. They might not have said in a meeting, oh, you know, let's fucking stab them in the gut, Caesar style, and wait till they bleed out on the steps of the Senate. But they know that's what they're doing by reducing the staff by this amount at this time. Make absolutely no mistake about it. This is the death of the game. It's just how long does it take until it gets to that point? There's definitely a video to be made going over all of this and what's going on in the industry right now and really where this ends. Because I think it's inarguable now to call this a video game crash, just due to the fact of how many companies are probably going to be facing really hard times, how many studios are going to be cut and closed, the tens of thousands of employees that have been fired with absolutely no jobs left in the industry to replace them, the unprecedented amount of failures coming from the AAA space with just hundreds of millions being thrown away for absolutely nothing and no reason. But I did just want to pull up a couple things because I did find these really, really funny. So here's the most amazing headline you've ever seen in your entire life. Xbox CS CEO Asher Sharma has been named an advisor to the US Federal Reserve on productivity and jobs. So the person who's just fired thousands of people is now an advisor for the US Federal Reserve on productivity and jobs. They've also apparently just named Jeffrey Epstein as an advisor to the US Federal Reserve on looking after kids. You know, as ridiculous as a headline as that would be, equally, right? This is absolutely insane. There are a lot of things I want to say on this topic and the whole video games industry in general, but I'll probably just save that for a video in and of itself because it probably needs some actual notes writing down and not just going off the top of my head because it is just a massive fucking topic. Either way, hopefully you enjoyed. I'll be posting more videos. I'm back in England now, as you can see. And yeah, thanks for watching as always. Stay safe out there. We out. Peace.
What if I told you the most unique band of the 2000s formed because a bassist wanted to be alphabetically next to Slayer? And that they caused a full-blown riot in Hollywood because 10,000 people showed up to a 3,500 capacity parking lot. And that they managed to score 2 #1 albums in a single year, only to spend the next 2 decades refusing to record because the lead guitarist and the singer couldn't agree on how to write a song. Here's how System of a Down thought that they were sitting down to a nice tasty plate of chop suey when it turned out to just be a whole bunch of toxicity. That was a pretty bad one. So we're in Glendale, California, mid-90s. You got 4 Armenian guys who really don't fit in the whole grunge thing or the pop punk explosion. Serge Tankian, Darren Malakian went to the same Armenian school as kids, but because of an age gap, they don't actually meet until 93 in a recording studio. They put together a band called Soil. Not the same Soil that a lot of people might have heard of, but their Soil. They play exactly 1 live show at the Roxy. 1 show, and it's so legendary that the bassist and drummer quit soon after, as they weren't digging the direction things were going. So Serge, Darren, and their buddy Shavo Odagian are left hanging. They need a new name. Darren writes a poem, Victims of a Down. Totally fits the vibe. Shavo looks at it and he's like, nah, not because it's bad poetry, but he's thinking about the marketing. He's like, if we keep the name Victims, we're going to be filed in the V section of the record store. Nobody looks in V, well, except the Venom, Vixen, Village People fans. I'm sure you all will have others, but nevertheless, it says we change Victims to System, and we're right in the S section, really close to Slayer. So that's why they're called System of a Down. So they recruit a new drummer with another tricky pronunciation, Ontronic Katakorian. And folks, just so you know, I'm not trying to harm any pronunciations in this video, but if I do, sorry. But they record some demos. They play in tiny clubs, and then in true rock star fashion, Andy does his best. Best Bruce Lee impression, punches a wall, breaks his hand, shatters it. Out for a year. Band's like, great, thanks for the memories. So they bring in this guy, John Dolmayan, who shares a rehearsal space with them. They knew him because his band practiced down the hall. Call him up, joins. Now the lineup's set. Serge on vocals, Daron on guitar, Shabo on bass, John on drums. 4 Armenian Americans in Glendale, ready to get alphabetically shelved next to their heroes. Now they're friggin' grinding. Record 3 demo tapes between 95 and 97, not studio masterpieces. Nice and raw, captured on tape to hand out at clubs. They play in the Viper Room, Whiskey a Go-Go, building reputation. You get on this compilation album, Hey Yank, which means we're Armenian. It's a record to raise awareness about Armenian genocide. And this is huge for them. They got the riffs, but they also got the heritage. Enter Rick Rubin. You know the guy, the beard, the bare feet, the guru vibe. Produced Slayer, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Danzig, the Beasties. Walks into a club, sees this manic Armenian singer screaming his lungs out while the guitarist is playing these weird Middle Eastern scales. And he's like, yeah, I could get behind this. Signs up to American Recordings in 97. Rick later said, I love them. They're my favorite band, but I didn't think anybody was going to like them apart from a small, like-minded group like me, people who were crazy. So considering this was something totally new, they had to make sure they knocked it out of the park. So they head in the studio to make the first record. They released System of a Down in 98. Totally chaotic and weird. Songs like Sugar, Spiders getting played on MTV. And the video for Sugar, already out of the gate, shows off the intensity. They're jumping around. Got the American flag as a backdrop while Serge makes faces like a gargoyle. Full of chaotic imagery of a news anchor losing his mind. Static TVs. Enough violent archival footage to make it truly entertaining. Sounds like if Zappa tried to write a punk song but lost his mind halfway through. And it works. They tour with Slayer. Ironically, the band they named themselves to sit next to. They do Ozfest, open for Incubus, Fear Factory. They're not the biggest band in the world, but they're definitely the weirdest band on the bill, and people are definitely noticing. Fast forward to 2001. They're working on their second album, Toxicity. They're ready to drop it. They want to say thanks to the local LA fans who backed them from the start, so they plan a free concert. September 3rd, 2001, Labor Day. Set up shop in a parking lot on Schrader Boulevard in Hollywood. Lot holds about 3,500 people, and they figure we'll play a quick set, sign some autographs, go home. Well, a whole crap ton more people show up than can fit in that parking lot. Estimates up to 15,000. It's a massive sea of human bodies overflowing into the center of Hollywood. Streets are gridlocked. Fans are climbing on rooftops, hanging off light poles.
Sorry, I'm buying my cat some Clavamox. Oh, okay.
Nuts. Fire marshal takes one look at all this. He's like, no, it's a death trap. They cancel the show. No warning, no announcement over the PA. They just stop, pulls a plug. Crowd waits for over an hour. They're hot, packed in like sardines, getting seriously ticked off. And finally, instead of Serge and the boys walking out, a few security guys walk up to the stage and start tearing down the System of a Down banner. And that was the exact moment that everything freaking went to hell. Crowd sees the banner come down and they're like, oh, it's on. They rush the stage. They want blood. Storm through the barriers. Band isn't even on the property. They've been rushed away for safety. So the rioters take it out on stage, destroy absolutely everything. Smash and loot about 30 grand worth of gear. Guitars, amps, speakers, obliterated or stolen right off the stage, including John's drum kit. Cops show up and try to intervene. The crowd turns on them. We're talking a full-blown war zone. Fans throwing rocks, bottles, debris at the police, shattering storefront windows, knocking over porta potties till there's actual sewage running down the streets of Hollywood. It's one hell of a stinking riot, I'll tell you that. It takes a small army of 160 riot-equipped officers, police on horseback, to finally bring down the hammer. The chaos is raging on for 3 solid hours. Police managed to make 6 arrests. I mean, it's kind of hard to handcuff, 15,000 people. Band's manager had said, hey, you know, if they would have just let him jam out a tune, they could have calmed down the crowd, but they didn't. So instead of a promotional concert, it turned into this. Wildest part, this legendary disaster happened the literal day before the album dropped. Talk about marketing. So a week later, Toxicity hits the stores. 7 days after that, 9/11 happens. No words could really describe how terrible that day was, but those of you who remember, remember. In the middle of all this national trauma, you got this absolutely friggin' insane album officially hitting #1 on the Billboard 200. First single, Chop Suey. It's all over the radio. Not on that day, but around that time. Very catchy tune and heavy. Got that operatic choir thing. Then Clear Channel, a company that owned half the radio stations in America, quote-unquote legal payola, sends out a memo. A list of lyrically questionable...
I think I got Clavamox for my cat, which is good. That's cool. Oh, listen to this kitty purr. We're going to take care of you. I'm going to get you Clavamox, kitty.
Questionable songs that stations are advised to avoid playing in the wake of the attacks. And here I am bashing censorship when even on YouTube I gotta self-censor a lot of things. So, you know, we're just gonna say the S word. I know people are gonna go in the comments and go, hey, look, I said it. Good for you. Have a freaking cookie. YouTube isn't gonna give me any freaking cookie, I'll tell you that. End of rant. So why is Chop Suey on the list? Because of the line, I don't think you trust in my self-righteous S word. Too dark, too soon. Programmers sweat. But here's the thing, MTV didn't give a crap. They kept playing the video 24/7. So you have a song side-eyed on radio for being insensitive while it's blasting on TV every hour on the hour. Because it's massive hit because it felt forbidden. Album stays at #1. Follow-up singles, Toxicity, Aerials, friggin' huge. I know my students bugged the crap out of me to teach them these songs. It was great. I'm like, you guys tipped me to this whole new band. Awesome. They're political, weird, got sitars and strings. Just all works together. We're selling millions of copies, but the drama's not over. In early 2002, some unreleased tracks from the Toxicity sessions leak onto the internet. Fans call it Toxicity 2, but the band is not digging it. They're like, those are unfinished demos, damn it. They're garbage. We rejected them. But the internet? No. That quote-unquote garbage was their treasure. But the band does good on it. Later in 2002, they go back, re-record the songs properly, release them as the album called Steal This Album. Cover art looked like a burned CD with some scribbles on it and Sharpie. Reference to Abby Hoffman's Steal This Book. The way of saying, you guys stole our demos, fine, here's the real ones. We made it look just like a bootleg for you. 2004, the band's back in the studio with Rick Rubin, staring at a ton of music, recording something like 30 different tracks. Darren Malakian, the guitarist, he's on a total tear, writing almost everything. He decides they're going to do a massive double album. But Rubin steps in and tells them a traditional double album is too risky, too expensive, sensory overload for the fans. So they hatch a brilliant marketing plan. Split the music in half and release them as twins 6 months apart. So they drop Mesmerize in May 2005, debuts at #1. 6 months later, they unleash Hypnotize, debuts at #1. So forget one #1 double album, bust it in half and get 2 #1s out of it. Now we're talking. And that achievement puts them in the ultimate elite rock and roll club alongside the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, rap legends like Tupac and DMX. 2 completely different #1 studio albums in the exact same calendar year. So they're like kings of the mountain. But internally, the foundation's cracking. Things are getting weird. On these albums, Darren isn't just playing guitar anymore. He's taking the mic, writing a majority of the lyrics. Serge, the actual lead singer, is increasingly pushed into the passenger seat, relegated to playing keyboards, arranging strings, doing harmonies. You can hear the power shift blasting through your speakers on BYOB, chaotic anti-war anthem that goes on to win them a Grammy for Best Hard Rock Performance. Darren is the one whining and screaming and driving the ship. It's 100% his baby. And behind the scenes, Serge is miserable, feeling stifled creatively, suffocated by the band's musical direction.
How dare you fucking diss the lead singer and try to take over his business? That's his role. He didn't try and come and play guitar.
To walk away from the empire they just built. So in August 2006, they announced a hiatus. Play a show in West Palm Beach, Florida. And Darren tells the crowd, this is the last show that we're playing for a long time. We'll be back. We just don't know when. And they don't. They take off. Serge makes solo albums. Darren starts a band called Scars on Broadway with John. Chavo does hip-hop stuff with RZA and Wu-Tang Clan. RZA fans proud? I got the pronunciation right this time. John goes into the comic business, and that becomes a big thing. They're doing their own thing for 4 years. 2010, they announced a reunion. Tour Europe, play huge festivals, fans go nuts. The only question is, hey, when's the new album? It's been 15 years, and the answer is always maybe. In interviews, they just throw each other under the bus. Darren says, I have songs written, but Serge doesn't want to do them. Serge says, I have songs written, but Darren doesn't want to do them. John's like, well, it's everybody's fault. We're all to blame. In 2020, they actually released 2 new songs, Protect the Land, Genocidal Humanoids, to raise money for Armenia during a war with Azerbaijan. And it's their first new music in 15 years. Darren casually mentions that those songs were originally written for his side project, Scars on Broadway, but he figured, we'll put the system name on them. People will donate more money. In 2023, John gives an interview where he says, I never wanted to take a hiatus. Total disastrous move. He should have just kept going. Probably should have just parted ways in 2006. I mean, even as late as 2025, Darren's like, I don't even know if we want to do a new album. And Serge is like, hey, you know what? We're happy doing what we're doing. We're out there, we're playing, we're doing stadiums, we're not selling any widgets. And so currently they're selling out stadiums, making a fortune, playing old songs. In 2001, having the best time in their lives, and pretty much refusing to write a single new note together. They figured out the perfect glitch in the system. Be legends, don't drag yourself through the mud writing songs, just have a blast playing live, and then they will come. And they do. What? Subscribe. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, System of a Down. It's one of my favorites. I really love Serge, and I really love that whole crew, and I like their sister band too. I can't remember their name, but they're fucking amazing too.
I was 10 years old when my brother passed away in front of me. He was taken out by gun violence, and it deeply messed me up emotionally. A few years later, at the moment when it happened, I had proceeded to reach inside of his pocket, and reaching inside of his pocket, I pulled out $50, and as he was gasping for air, watching as the small, faint lights of life left from his eyes, I went to the store, because I knew he had $50 in his pocket, and I knew about the futility of life, I knew about death, I knew about everything. I went to the store and got 200 bags of Cheetos. These would be for $1. After I got the 200 bags of Cheetos, I proceeded to go to the kitchen and I made toast. I made toast, 2 slices, put some butter on them, and I ate them as I watched my brother fade and lose his life. I didn't have any grudges against him. I didn't hate him. There was nothing I deeply resented about him. It's just something that happened.
What killed him?
In my
There's
past
nothing
life.
here.
In my younger years, my father came home, weeping, crying, and sorrowful because his child was lost of this earth. He drank that night and beat me within an inch of my life. I think of this a lot. I think of these moments. I think of that I called 911. I think of everything I could have done different in that situation. I think if there was some way to save him. And I think of the toast that I had that day. It was delicious. Oh, so beautiful. The toast was amazing. It was crispy carbohydrates all plated out in a 4-layer square. It was outstanding. 2 pieces. I had Wonder Bread, white bread. I used to eat a lot of white bread. Bleached bread was my favorite. I made toast. And that toast was my only comfort as I was struck by my father. Each hit echoing throughout the entire neighborhood, feeling the reverberation throughout my bones, rattling me each time. I think of this often because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I made the correct choice. I didn't know if I made a mistake. And quite frankly, it looks you into the eyes when I say this. I don't think I'd change anything about that moment or that day. Often in life, there are moments of deep, disgusting heartache that you lose a part of your sanity for, that you lose a piece of who you are, and you don't know how to coalesce in those moments. You think to yourself that you could possibly do better. And naturally, you think of the hunger when that happens. I always think of the hunger in the moments when I'm most depressed and most sad. And oftentimes, the only thing that can cheer me up is toast. It's the only thing that made my stomach not upset. It's the only thing that I naturally eat all the time, and it's one of the foods that my friends could not eat because he had a deep gluten allergy, so I had to get specific bread for him. Bread is the life hold of most things in my life. It is the food I ate when I was homeless, living behind a bakery. They would toss it out every night. It doesn't last that long, 2 to 3 weeks at most, but by God, it's an amazing. In Amish country, they have a bunch of amazing bread, some of my favorite that I've had in my entire life. And among all things, I think about how I wake up every single morning. Do you know how I wake up every single morning? I don't think I've ever woken up hungry once in my life. I remember the day my parents got divorced, and as they got divorced and they were doing the proceedings for everything, I went downstairs and I put a slice of bread inside the toaster. As I placed this bread inside the toaster, I thought of the amazement of how I was going to feel coalescing down my food hole. I thought to myself, wow, this is going to hit my mouth, the butter's going to be melty, it's going to be great. Always put the butter on immediately as soon as the toast comes out. It's very important to do so in order to get the best butter spread you could possibly get. Doesn't matter what kind of knife it is. Only thing that matters is that the butter is basically at room temperature and the bread is piping hot. And after that, I proceeded to do something quite amazing. I put jelly on the toast with the butter. Oh, it was revolutionary for me. I felt as though I was at the height of luxury when I did this. This was outstanding and amazing. I loved every second of this. This was new for me.
July 7th, 1928, in Missouri, a man by the name of Otto made sliced bread. Now, bread had been around in many forms before this. It had been around in the circular form. It had been around in long loaves. But sliced bread specifically, we can quote back to July 7th, 1928, in Missouri.
Wait, L removes.
It was an amazing invention. Oh, this would be more revolutionary than sliced bread. Everybody was super excited and ecstatic about the invention of sliced bread. This was important to me. This date was probably the most important day of my entire life. I love toast. In every instance of my life, I've always sought it out. I love the allure, the je ne sais quoi, the slight subtle love of toast has perpetuated my entire life. It has been a staple for how I've existed. It has been a staple for how I've gone through the worst parts of my entire life. Think, if you will, for a moment where bread has been in your entire life.
That's
when you
what
want a
killed him.
sandwich at McDonald's, at Burger King, or Wendy's, despite having 3 different meats and 3 different qualities and textures, they all rely on bread. As a matter of fact, you go to Texas Roadhouse, sweet buttery rolls, they give them to you before you get your main entree. Same with Olive Garden breadsticks and lobster biscuits. Those are all everywhere from Red Lobster. They coalesce inside of your body, and they make you feel something different. Yeast from the earth, vegans can even eat this. It's a food that is a part of every meal. Why bread? Why bread when they bring it out to the table? Why do they bring it out to the table? Bread is meant to fill you up. It is meant to be there so you don't overeat. It is meant to be there to make your stomach feel full. You eat it before you go out to the bar so the bread can absorb the alcohol. It is there in your darkest and deepest moments. And as for dark and deep moments, I've always made toast. I'd like to guide you through a moment of my life if I could. Let's make myself a bit smaller so I can talk. Imagine you wake up. It is 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun comes down and out. You don't hear a rooster because you're now in the barn. Why would you hear that? That'd be psychotic. But your alarm goes off and you put it on snooze. However, for the first time in a long while, you're hungry. I know you don't usually wake up hungry, and this is strange for you to do so, but this is strange for all of us. You wake up hungry. And so you decide to yourself, I should probably go inside of my kitchen. You see eggs, you see bacon, but you don't want to spend all the time making those eggs. You don't know how you want to cook them, over easy, over medium, maybe even over hard, boiled. Maybe you want them scrambled. Maybe you're thinking of an omelet. The overwhelming amount of choices eludes you. So you decide to go to the bacon. Very simple, but you don't want to burn the bacon. You'll mess yourself up. It's nonsensical. You don't want to mess up your entire kitchen. You don't want to drain the grease in some way down your toilet to mess up your pipes. You don't want to put it down the sink. No. You see that just 2 days left for 4 pieces of bread. 2 pieces of butt bread, and the other 2 pieces are so close to the butt bread that you don't want to make a sandwich. So you say to yourself, this would be some good toast. A lot more butt bread than you're used to. You're not really excited about that. You often cut off the crust, and the butt bread and the bottom breads are basically just crust. So naturally, you have to make a decision within your soul. Do you eat this toast? Do you eat this sliced bread? You heat it up, and you go back to bed. It's going to be about 2 minutes for the toast to heat up. Maybe you can lay down a little bit. You wake up, and you don't feel hungry anymore. You're confused, but you do have to pee really bad. You go use the bathroom, and you're late for work, but that toast is made, so you grab the toast, no butter, nothing, and you eat it. And upon eating that, you feel a little bit full. It gets you about 3 hours of the day, long enough to where you can feel a little bit hungry just as your lunch break hits. That bread helped you out. That bread got you through the workday, and so you made toast. You made toast despite everything against that. Next morning wakes up, you kind of repeat the entire process. The entire process is exactly the same, except now you're out of bread. And so you buy 2 loaves because you said, well, I don't want to run out of bread, but you don't eat bread fast enough inside of your household, despite the fact that bread is used for so many things. Sandwiches, on lunch meats, you can use it to dip your eggs in. You can use it for so many things, but you barely ever use it for anything cohesive or important. Why do you always buy so much bread? Just for the safety of having it. It goes with basically every meal, so you might as well just have it. You're out of hot dog buns? Well, you can just use some regular bread. Out of hamburger buns? You can just use some regular bread. You want to make a grilled cheese? That's bread. Peanut butter and jelly? That's bread. The bread is the main building block of all things. And I feel like I'm often seen making toast.
Walk always in the shadow
I'm
of
often
cities.
making toast when I am choosing. I want to do other things. When I'm choosing a meal, I often go out and I get chicken tenders. Very safe meal for me. Very nice. You can really judge a restaurant by the quality of its chicken tenders. That's basically how I judge every restaurant nowadays. How good are your chicken tenders? That's what I usually say. And they often say, oh, we have the best chicken tenders in the business. Often a lie. Best chicken tenders in the business, a bold claim coming from this small place in Wapakoneta, Ohio. I doubt that. I truly do. But I'm no stickler when it comes to poultry. I decide to get the chicken fingers. And they say, would you like anything with that? And I often say no. And they always bring bread to the table. Always, despite me not asking for it. You can really judge the quality of a restaurant by how good their appetizer bread is. You can always judge that. They bring that to me as if to distract me from everything else. You see, when I'm hungrier, I judge food a bit more. I judge food a bit more when I'm hungry. I don't know why that is. It might be opposite for you. Maybe when you're hungrier, you'll eat anything. But when I'm hungrier, I often crave specific things. I don't like mustard. I love ketchup. I enjoy ranch deeply, despite me not knowing what it's made of. Every single small coalescing piece of how I've operated is always predicated on the fact of me being hungry. It's the one thing we all can feel. I'll never know what it's like to have $1 billion. I'll never know what it's like to climb Mount Everest, because I never will do that. I might never know what it's like to stand and live on Mars. I'll never know what it's like to go through the hardship of losing 2 fathers. I won't know that. But I will know what it's like to be hungry. No matter how rich you are, no matter how poor you are, no matter how middle class you are, we'll all be hungry. But we all come together for the different kinds of ways we can prepare bread. Sugar bread with cinnamon on it. Toast, all toasted, heated up. The discovery of fire was so pivotal for humans. Heating up things. Putting things in the oven, having them be seared to completion and perfection. The innovation of steak, the innovation of the steam train, all predicating to the beginning part where we wondered what would it taste like if we heated it up. S'mores, all delicious things that went through our bodies coalescing. Eggs, heating those up instead of eating them raw. Meat especially, oh, that was amazing. Even roasting Brussels sprouts or broccoli. Sometimes even roasted strawberries just to see what we can roast. It reminds me deeply of that SpongeBob episode where they just made everything with fire. They just kept burning things over the fire to taste it and see how amazing it was. Truly, this was the start of all chefs. And when my grandfather passed away, I remember that morning every single day. I woke up. We were out of bread. I asked my mother for $2. She said, go get my purse. I said, Mother, where's your purse at? She said, it's somewhere over there. Digging through the laundry that she would never get to because my mother was depressed from the abusive father that I had, I gave her the purse. She gave me $5 and said, get 2 loaves of bread because I know how much bread you eat. And I said, okay, Mother. As I walked to the store, I was super excited to get bread that was 80 cents. The bread was 80 cents at the corner store. It was wheat bread. I would always get wheat bread, not whole wheat, just regular wheat. I got the bread. The Arabic man really excited to see me. Had my hair cut all the time. He said, oh, it's the black boy. Super excited. I grab my bread. I leave. I come home. My mother's fully awake now. She's crying, breaking down. And I walk past her. And I go to the toaster, not caring about the trauma that my mother is going through. Maybe it's just my father. I have no idea. As I put the toast down, more so the bread down to make the toast, she grabs me and cries and says, your grandfather is dead. I said, I just started to make the toast. She said, don't worry about that. We have to go. I didn't know where we had to go. I didn't know what we were doing. My other siblings were asleep. She just wanted to be around somebody and complain. And I got the greatest trauma dump of all time at the tender age of 11. Learning things that I probably shouldn't have learned about my mother, about how she was abused and assaulted by her father. So many things that I did not care to know. And the only thing I could think about the entire time was that I forgot my toast. And I should have grabbed it because my stomach hurt. And I asked her after she got done explaining this 45-minute long lecture of her entire childhood that I didn't care to hear. My apathy was very high as a child. Most children are psychopaths, truly. I said, Mom, I'm sorry that you're going through all this. Can we please head back home? I would really like some toast. And she said to me, no, we have to go see your grandfather. We go to see my granddad, who had just passed, mind you. She wanted to see the body. She wanted to confirm it, as if seeing the reality of everything would make things better. And so as we entered my grandparents' household and my grandmother crying, truly distraught, destroyed beyond all belief, I went right to the kitchen. Went to her toaster because it was much better than ours. It had specific settings for the lightness of each toast that you could have. And she had a lot of bread. I put some toast in there, not knowing that there was mold on it. And I saw the mold, and I saw them cry. And I said, as they teared up, do you guys have any bread that doesn't have any mold? And she says, why are you concerned about eating at a time like this? And I thought to myself, the sadness while eating. I had this thought at 11 years old. I thought to myself, is there an appropriate time to eat? If you're hungry, you should eat. I always felt in my lifetime. No matter what's going on within my life, I had always thought to myself, if I'm hungry, I eat. It's really how it operates. If I'm starving, it doesn't really accomplish anything. I can't have the energy to be sad or be upset or fix anything if I'm starving. It doesn't really help. It's horrifying to have that mindset. And so, as they cried over my grandfather's passing, I found some bread that was not moldy, and I put it in the toaster. And so I made toast. Over the years, I've actually begun to hate the aspect of receiving bread before my meals, mostly because I want to enjoy the entire course that I'm receiving. I've discovered now that every time I eat bread, I don't eat the full course of my meal. I end up taking leftovers or plates or things of that variety, and it messes me up deeply. I actually hate it in its totality, and I'm discovering that most of the time, the world will give us bread, so we don't actually get the full course of what we're seeing. They'll give us a headline or something of that variety in order to distract us from the real main course of what we're seeing. We don't even get to the dessert portion because we're so filled up on bread. We're so filled up on arguing and having these worthless little disagreements with one another that we don't realize that maybe I'll go home and make some toast. Maybe I'll go home and do some brain rot nonsense, and I'll just fill my brain up and fill it up with all this worthless bread. Maybe that's what I'll do. And we're having this happen over and over again. It's really draining me. It's draining me so much that I don't know what to do about it anymore. I don't know what to do about the fact that we all just love toast. We all just like heating up the toast and getting our debates all heated up, all these heated arguments. We're so debate brain, so debate filled that we can't even have regular conversation with one another with normal disagreements. You know what's really odd to me? Really messes me up all the time. I get the most common comment on most of my videos, and this is the most common comment I receive, and I say it right now. I don't agree with you, but. I don't agree with you, but. While I don't agree with you, but. Now, I don't post anything for anyone to agree with. I don't. Whether you agree with me or not is worthless. I don't care. As a matter of fact, I prefer people that actively hate me here. I would prefer people that don't want to be subscribed to be subscribed to me, so it shows me that they have actually got past themselves and listened to somebody who holds the opposite viewpoint, so they can look at the opposite spectrum of what they want or what they are, or somebody that has an upward or downward thought process than they have. That'd be nice. I listen to a bunch of people that I don't like. I listen to hundreds of people that I don't like every day, actually. Why do I do that? So I can understand why they think like that. I can understand why that happens. I listen to a bunch of mean people, unkind people, people that think that destruction is the only way, people that think that if you get slapped on the right cheek, you gotta hit them back in the other one, so it's an infinite slapping match. I hear that all the time. And I like that. I like listening to those people. Because if I can get through to those people who deeply hate me, then by all means, one day we'll get to the main course. One day we'll stop being filled up on bread. See, bread to me is the lower class. Everybody that debates on Twitter or online, everybody that's on this online spectrum, having these big spats, all these big old arguments, that to me is bread. That is toast. That is what it is. That's all they want to do. Yell at each other, be angry at each other, be mean, be vitriolic. Have these horrible, just angry, just straight up nasty conflicts with one another. And they don't want to be people. They just want to get their point across and think they're doing activism by interacting with rage bait, and they ruin their lives by doing so. And they think, this is a fun thought, I love this thought so much because it doesn't make any sense. If I argue with somebody on rage bait, a person passing by will see me arguing with them and they'll be inspired and know that I have the just cause. That's not true. That's not true. That's just not true. I don't know where you get that mindset from. I don't know if that's to make you feel better, but that's not reality. It's not how it works. Someone sees you arguing with an obvious bot or arguing with rage bait, they're gonna read that and say, huh, these guys are both psychopaths. And they're gonna go on about their day for the most part. Now, you may have a one-off chance of doing that, a one-off chance of that happening, maybe, because you might find somebody that also likes to debate or somebody that sees their echo chamber within you. And then you have more people with the same mindset, learning nothing, learning absolutely nothing, reaffirming stances that could be wildly incorrect. And that's bread. That's toast every morning. Did you know, for 7 months straight, every single day I'd wake up and I'll eat whole wheat toast every day. Whole wheat toast with strawberry preserves on it. Every day. Every single day I did this. One day, I stopped. I just straight up stopped doing that. Why did I stop? Because I had eggs. I finally decided to get some eggs in my system. And just having something different. Having something different outside of the same minutia, the same BS that I was fed every single day, altered me so deeply. I discovered bacon, I discovered waffles, I figured out how to make pancakes, flipping them right the first time. I'm watching you, Grandma. I know how you did it. I figured out the technique. It's all in the flip of the wrist. I know how you do it now. This was very important to me because I was so predicated on the fact that everybody wanted to eat bread. People would play worthless little phone games, waste their time, as they call it, not doing anything that was truly worth it. But even then, I'm going to contradict myself here. Please bear with me. Nothing you ever do is truly a waste of time. Even if you spend your entire life consuming bread forever, all this worthless propaganda, all the worthless lies they tell you, all the AI slop they have going, predicating to you, all the rage bait, the trolling industrial complex that equally loves the fact that you argue and wants you to buy all these subscription services and do all these things to waste your time, make you feel like you're actually accomplishing nothing, and make you feel like you've wasted the entire bulk of your life on nothing. All those things Every single thing I just said. That truly is not a waste of time. Because you're doing it and you feel good doing it. Because I know how deep and hard it is to be left alone with your own thoughts. I know that you don't want to be introspective for even a minute. You want your consciousness to be battered and beaten every single day and every single second, as if nothing is going on up there in that smooth little brain of yours. And it's pretty, it's smooth. It's a little chicken cutlet, right? It's a smooth little pretty chicken cutlet. And it's nice. It's nice to not have to think. It's nice to have all your programs predetermined, your algorithms picked out. I built this For You page brick by brick is what you did, right? You built it brick by brick. And so you scroll and you see things that naturally you enjoy. You might even follow some people, but never go to their page. Follow them and never go to their page. And you'll see them on your For You page and you'll say, I haven't seen you in a while. They've been posting every day. They have posted every single day. You just refuse to go to their page because you're following 7,000 people. And to where that ends, your follower count means nothing. It is simply a bragging right to make the person that is getting the big followers, make them feel like they're accomplishing something, filling them up on bread, filling them up on toast, filling them up on the nonsense and drivel of what it is. I remember so deeply when I was homeless, and every day I would go behind a bakery. And the nice lady at the bakery, Amish woman, she was very young. I believe she was about 1 year younger than me. And I was 19 at the time. And she said, oh, I know you. You're the homeless one. I'm like, yes. You're the very pretty Semina. Pleasure to see you. Pleasure to see you. Do you have any bread? Yes, I do. And upon seeing me talking to his daughter, the Amish owner would try to rush at me and chase me away, or so I thought. He approached me with anger and vitriol. However, he was never approaching me with anger. He wanted to offer me something, offer me help. I didn't know that. I was scared. I was hapless. I was penniless. I didn't know what I had to do. I didn't know that he actually wanted to help me and save me. So I just ran away all the time. Eating bread out of a garbage can, eating day-old bread before it got moldy, eating hard bread, filling myself up so I could actually do tasks and activities. This is the hardest moments of my days in my life. I didn't know what to do. And so I made toast. When I was younger, I would pick off the moldy bread. I would pick off the mold from it and I would eat it. And I thought that that would make me stronger because the mold was naturally growing there. And I thought the mold was special spots. And I would tell my dad I was doing this, and he didn't want to buy any food because he was gambling and wasting money away on alcohol and other women besides my mother. So naturally, he would always say, yeah, you're doing great. You can eat the moldy bread. I was destroying my body doing this. It messed up my lungs so badly. It messed up my health so much. I was sick all the time, but I just did it. I just did it naturally. I was a sickly child most of the time, and I ate so much. I was huge and sickly. And at the tender, small age of 12 years old, I had to get my tonsils and adenoids removed. When I got my tonsils and adenoids removed, you know what happened? I couldn't taste or smell anything. I didn't know what happened. They messed up the surgery. I had no idea. I didn't know what happened. It messed up the entirety of my whole life based on predicated of one surgery. And I thought to myself, this is the worst moment of my life ever. I hated every second. I didn't want to do anything. I didn't feel like I could do anything. I didn't want to eat anything. All I could remember was one thing from the great bread felt in my hands. That's all they ever brought me in was different kinds of bread. That's it. Different sandwiches, different breads. And it was the most comforting thing on the planet. And I remember the first time I had burnt toast. I couldn't taste anything, but I could taste burnt toast. And it's not healthy to eat burnt food, obviously. It's not good for your body. But it was all I could taste. It was between tasting nothing and burnt food. And every time I slightly burnt my toast or completely charred it, oh, it was a delicacy that heavens could only know is ambrosia. It was divine. I loved every second of it. It felt like I was eating Zeus, Hera, Aphrodite. It felt like I was Hercules or Heracles, whatever your persuasion is. It was truly amazing. I hated every second of the fact of when I couldn't taste. Recently, 2 years ago, I got my taste back. People always attribute it and say, oh, did you have COVID? I didn't have COVID. I had anosmia, severe anosmia. I hated every second of it. My life has always been a series of misfortunate events, and oftentimes I find myself filling up on the bread of it all just to feel something, just to be around, just to have enough energy. My entire life, I've never smoked, I've never drank, I've never done a single narcotic, I've never done mushrooms, I've never done acid, I've never done PCP, I've never done a single thing. I've sold them, but I've never done them. That's the beautiful thing about nuance in my life hold. That's the reality of how it operates. And throughout everything, no matter how much I struggled, no matter how bad things got, people always offer. I can drop off some bread to you. I can drop off some bread to you. I can drop off some milk, eggs, and bread. If you need some bread, I can do this. Obtain the grain. Solicit the biscuits. Yeet the wheat. Gotta get that bread. Rise and rise. Bread is the basic foundation for most things in life. It makes me feel like a person all the time. Because when I have a sandwich, I feel like I can do things. It makes me less hungry. My mother would pack me lunches, and she was more stable and happier in her relationship with my father. And oftentimes, she would make me a tuna fish sandwich. Now, I wasn't the biggest fan of tuna fish up until I could not taste. When I couldn't taste, I would look forward to those sandwiches every day. I never got made fun of for homemade lunches because the school lunch was significantly worse. I believe that was a consequence of the shows that a lot of people watched, where people got bullied for having school lunches. Not really sure where that came from. I would get a Capri Sun, I would get that sandwich, a bag of Cheetos, and a bug juice. And I miss those days. I don't know if I miss the ignorance, or if I miss the meals. I don't know if I miss the fact that I didn't pay bills. I don't know what I missed from it. But what I remember the most is that every time she used the bread to cut off the crust. And for a long time, I never had crust on any of my sandwiches. And I didn't know what it tasted like. Then when I couldn't taste, I proceeded to have more crust on my bread. I began to appreciate the crust. I began to appreciate the pizza crust. I began to appreciate the smaller bits of everything. Because when you're left with nothing, when you eat nothing forever, that's all you got. It's just the crust of everything. Just the small bits that people throw away. The stuff that people waste all the time. And I know you're going to say something along the lines of, well, there's children starving in Africa. My mother would always say that. Is she going to go give the food to those children in Africa? Is she going to go out of her way to go give those children in Africa the food? Is she going to fly across the country, maybe even swim, maybe even use the powers that she probably had? I have no idea. She felt like a superhero to me when I was younger. Maybe she was going to do that, and maybe that was going to happen. I have no idea if she was going to do that. I have no idea how she was going to do that. I have no idea how she felt about me wasting food. But I know that whenever there was bread on the table at dinner, I would always get so full, and my parents would get so mad at me, saying, "Why did you grab more than you could eat?" I didn't count the bread. I never count the bread. I never consider that. Oftentimes, you're probably watching something, and there's some brain rot going on, maybe some cutting content, maybe something with soap cutting, or maybe some mukbang in the background. Or maybe even some ASMR, or maybe a construction video, or those Subway Surfer things, or some parkour from perhaps CSGO, or some GTA car gameplay. Who knows what's going on the bottoms of your screens. Maybe I'm in the background right now, and you're not even really paying attention to the scene transitions or anything of that variety. I'm sitting down because my back is in egregious pain from a car crash, and I don't want to stand up, and it's messing me up all the time. In that car crash, I remember thinking my life was over. I remember not wanting my mother, not wanting my father, not wanting my brother, not wanting a friend. I remember thinking of if I ever got to the hospital, the bread they were gonna give me was probably gonna suck. I often make a lot of videos without many points, and this video has been sitting with me for quite some time actively. I've been debating on releasing it. It was originally 2 hours long, but I cut out so much realistically. I never cut anything out that I really say. I got so emotional, I began to cry, I began to divot, I began to ruin a large part of how my mind state worked. I didn't know if I wanted to be that vulnerable with everybody. I didn't know. So I ate some toast. I decided to take all that stuff out and keep it out. This was originally 4 hours, then it got shortened to 2 hours, and however long this video length is now is pretty much how long this video will be. I'd like to leave you with this, at least some closing thoughts and remarks. I have walked throughout the wheat fields, and I have tasted the grains, each and every moment of my life. I have had bread as appetizers. I have walked through Olive Garden. I have had bread on my sandwiches. I have tasted it, and I have decided to heat it up with the fire from my soul to make toast in order to make the dull moments a bit more eventful. Bread by itself must be accompanied by something more. I cannot watch a podcast without something in the background. I cannot walk throughout the fires of this world without having somebody holding my hand. I need something to make this more flavorful for me, because it has to be worth it for me, obviously. That's just how I feel. I am going to make some toast after this. I'm going to heat it up on my pan because I don't have a toaster. I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. I'm always going to spend my entire life chasing after bread in every way in which form. I will be filled up with nothing forever, and I will feel nothing forever. I will be apathetic, but that is not a bad thing. Apathy is not to be hated. Apathy, the unnerving feeling that goes through your body, feeling nothing for your fellow man or nothing for a situation. You should hoister this emotion because it is nice to feel when you have felt too much. The apathy that sets in after getting overwhelmed by emotions. You're realizing that maybe all these other foods don't really do it for you. Maybe you're sick of steak. Maybe you don't want to eat oatmeal. Maybe the cereal doesn't hit the same. Maybe this juice tastes funny. Certain orange juices taste strange. Yogurt isn't feeling correct. You don't know why this chicken tastes bad, and this burger is horrible and it makes you nauseous, and you're sick of hot Cheetos. Maybe you can rely on the brain rot. Maybe you can rely on the bread to just fill you up. And that isn't bad. It isn't bad. So I made toast. What about it? So I made toast. Alright, before I go, I should probably mention this. This is very important. I have a Patreon where I offer absolutely nothing. If you guys want to see more content of this variety, if you guys want to see more content in general, subscribing to my Patreon helps me stay financially stable in most ways. That's really good. I appreciate it. I also have a GoFundMe at the current moment for the car crash because I don't have a car, and this is basically my full-time job. So I say basically, but this is my full-time job. GoFundMe has helped me get a car and helping my medical bills because I'm pretty sure I have severe nerve damage. My ribs are bruised. It feels horrible. I also have a court hearing March 5th. I don't really know what that's about at the current moment, so that's going to be fun. So, yeah. Thank you guys so much for checking out my content. I love you. Thank you for listening, and bye.
This is too much bullet sponge. I'm having to punch them I'm having to punch them way too much.
I was wondering, welcome back, guys. Today, it is Force Swipe, and there's something behind me that I don't want to face. There's something behind me that I'm a little bit afraid of. Where is it? Am I getting closer? Where is it? Guys, something really bad happened. First they took Brenda, and then they took Janice.
Hi, I'm Janice. This is my first day alive.
They've soiled a lot today, but more importantly,
I don't like this guy as much as I used to, unfortunately.
was like 1,600 people that were basically just...
Oh, that's great, yeah.
Should I just do the whole video like this? Like, you were crying about the images I had on the close-up. This is all you get this video. I never really understood the console war. Maybe back in the days of the Xbox 360, PS3, PS4, there were actual games coming out. And now there is a huge lack of games. Well, I did talk earlier this week about the immense layoff that Xbox was having with their company, which was like 1,600 people that were basically just spawn camped immediately. And then by 2027, they're planning to spawn camp people with tack insertions, around 3,200 people. And to put that into numbers, that is like 20% of their entire workforce. But don't worry, guys, there's some good news. Apparently, Starfield is a good game now. You know, it's also good? This merch, which you can buy right now at pyrocynical.store. It's very comfortable to wear. I'm not biased at all. We've got a cap, poster. Please make purchase now. Look how nice that poster is, guys. And absolutely nothing is spelt wrong in the wording. This has already had massive ramifications. Like, for example, the Studio Obsidian is now being let go. Guys, I hate to break it to you. I'm going to get so much flack for this. Nothing good has came out of Obsidian after New Vegas. I mean, this isn't even me being cynical. Like there's nothing. I mean, you had Grounded, early access, survival game, but now you're very small. And then the Outer Worlds, that was just so, like, it was the most 7 out of 10 game I've ever played in my life. And then there was also Avowed. We do not talk about Avowed. And then over half the team at id Software are being laid off. And this is right before the launch of the DLC for Doom the Dark Ages Revelations. These layoffs are also affecting my beloved company, Bethesda, because I'm sure some console out there definitely needs another re-release of Skyrim. And apparently Bethesda got hit so hard, they ended up setting this like memorial, acting like half the staff basically ended up dying. And this was like a lot of different Bethesda groups as well, like the ones in Dallas earlier in the month. They were also doing a memorial, again, acting like Microsoft just swooped in and killed 5 people at random. And it even has the caption on it saying celebration of service. Now, I can point and laugh at this as much as I want, but again, these are people that are probably very talented and they've gave years of their life to a company only to be let go. And then, of course, the favorite department in any big company, HR, which I'm pretty sure is just an adaptation of ChatGPT, swooped in and then demanded that this memorial be removed. They made a post here saying that HR made our office manager take this down almost immediately. And they said because it's in a common area, it has to be removed. No, you can't put a memorial for our bad choices in the common area. No. You see, if you put it in that area, people might see it. Out of pure spite, and no, I haven't changed the background. Deal with it. Out of pure spite, I am just looking at what Xbox has available coming up. So we have a remaster of a game that came out like 10 years ago. Great. We have an anime game. Very nice. We have a game that is probably actually going to be pretty decent, but no one will play it. Yet another remake of a game that already had a remaster. Oh my God, man. Like it's enough. It's enough. I'm sure it's going to be good, but it's enough. We also have anime game, but it is top down. Enough. I'm sure it's going to be good, but it's enough.
Yeah, didn't they already remaster Campaign Evolved?
We also have anime game, but it is top down. Very interesting. I will be looking into that one, definitely. Okay, this one, unironically, to play MGS4, I'm actually kind of excited about that because I have never played MGS4. I've heard that it is not really a good game, but I don't care. It's like the only MGS game that I haven't played that isn't on handheld. Rayman Legends Retold. Can we stop remaking shit? Unironically, please. We must have, like, there has to be new things to invent here. New things to discover. Okay, Gears of War. Actually, kind of looking forward to that one. We'll not be getting an Xbox 4 though. I'm going to play it on PC. All right, you've got the game where Zuma's skidding around. And I most know it for Wings of Redemption, playing Call of Duty, and then smashing his controller against the wall. There's actually no game.
I don't know. It's still too chunky.
Jack Doherty is an interesting character. He has so much courage to go up to people in public, harass them, and then hide behind his bodyguard that he pays to protect him. Again, the courage of this man must be studied. We need to get him made into an official saint in the Catholic Church. But you may remember when I talked about the time where Jack Doherty had an altercation with the rapper Little TJ. The fight came to a peak where Jack slapped little TJ and then ran away. Well, I don't want to say run away because of how courageous Jack is. I'm going to call it a tactical retreat. This led to both Jack's group and then TJ's group jumping each other. And at the time, the reactions were pretty split on whether the fight was genuine or if it was just yet another clip farm. And now, yesterday, Jack actually ended up posting security footage of little TJ trying to jump him. So in the clip, they seem to be standing pretty calmly around, you know, nothing to do apart from managing OnlyFans girls, I guess, until little TJ throws a pretty hard slap at Jack. Like, we are talking those, like, slap championship videos where all the chalk goes everywhere and they probably lose about 3 of their molars. Now, even though he charged up to give this slap, Jack has been studying the Matrix films. He knew exactly what quick time events he had to pull to dodge that slap. And then Jack's security immediately back him up. And it seems that on Twitter, Jack is more concerned about the fact that the guy was so bad at throwing a slap in the first place. Okay, I'm actually gonna have to get rid of like all the Oscars and shit.
Where are you hanging around these people that try to slap you? You're fucking stupid.
It's a fucking thing. Right, I've moved some of the images around, so it's going to be easier to make out the altercation. Like this. So all the Oscars and shit. I actually can't see a fucking thing. Right, I've moved some of the images around, so it's going to be easier to make out the altercation. Like, this guy is ready to throw a punch, but he's also making sure to film. Like, we've literally peaked with content where people are more concerned about if their phone's recording than their own safety. It just reminds me of that meme of like Robert Downey Jr. in that Sherlock Holmes film. Discombobulate. Discombobulate. What do you mean it did hit him? Nice neck fold, by the way. What's going on there? He's like compressing into himself. Wait. No one's talking about this? This random guy in the corner just catches a stray. Why was this not talked to? We got the Skyrim stealth archer here. Look at this. He's like a sleeper agent. He's totally harmless and he's getting like instructions through his earpiece. Kill them all. Kill them all now. How is Jack even more annoying when he's caught on video feed? Right, before I go to the next topic, I would like to take a look at my subreddit because it is an absolute barren wasteland at the minute. This one is very nice. Our favorite little trans woman. I'm not trans. Dressing up as a woman one time does not make you trans, by the way, but that is very good fan art. I like that. I don't like that one. Okay, this guy has obviously got a bit of an axe to grind. We get it. You like Vox. Fuck me, we understand it's your hyperfixations. I've had prostate exams less subtle. Shoehorning it in like you're a fireman, prying a door open. Okay, what is this? What is this? Do you know Pyro likes Vox? Drop the meme. And then his little butt boy comes in here to like defend. Like, this is so sad. You can tell that they're organizing this shit in their gay little Discord group chat. I'm like, oh, could you drop the meme now? Multiply Squid Game, so funny. Nice furry profile picture, by the way, buddy. Very nice. Embarrassing for you. The guy's actually pretty cool, and the guy who voices him voice is brilliant. You need to learn how to spoken, young man. But he gets out the 8-foot pry bar and fucking pries it with all his might just to slide a reference that makes no fucking sense. It's the most forced thing since dipole forces an attraction between oppositely charged ions. I'm ADHD. Yeah, we're aware. We are aware of that. Will I still watch him? Absolutely. Make a long-form video on the thing I want and not everyone else's. Good luck on your venture. And then he posts a gif of one of the Lannisters killing himself. You gotta be sectioned. Like, there's no. I'm saying this to your family. Like, you are being sectioned. That's not well. You're not well. That's not a normal thing to post. Illness. He's made like 20 posts on his own. He's shitting up his own thread. How is he doing that? Okay, this one though is actually sick. 3D remake of my Pyro fan art from 8 years ago. But you made that 8 years ago? Hang on. 8 years ago! I have fell off. I remember when we used to get 1,000 upvotes on the subreddit. Now it's just nothing. Absolute barren wasteland. That is really cool though. Keep that up. Very talented individual there, unlike most of you. So recently, Kai Cenat announced he will be attending the Streamer University. This makes streamers, or really just gives clips for the already existing streamers. It's a little bit of streamer nepotism, but as Tony Soprano once said, what are you gonna do, eh? What are you gonna do? My son sits there browsing the parasitical subreddit 8 hours a day, and I just look at him with disappointment. So again, already a couple of days ago, he announced who would be attending Streamer University. A lot of people, most of them using AI for their applications, are very, very angry. Now, a group of these people who are very displeased with the fact that they weren't allowed into the university actually ended showing up to Kai Cenat's house. Very normal behavior. And then they started protesting about not getting in, which of course included Rakai. Of course it did. He's probably the one that organized it. So this group showed up to the house and they're holding signs saying, "Let me into Streamer University." Yeah, that always works, doesn't it? E-begging, but in real life. Kai Cenat will walk outside and say, "You know what, guys? I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. I don't expect to be forgiven. I just want to apologize." I don't know why I've got the entire Logan Paul apology transcript in my head for some reason. I don't know why they think this is going to work. I mean, I'm going to be honest. They probably don't. They just wanted a good clip to get something out of it. So Kai actually kind of got really angry here and broke character. He just said, like, what they're doing isn't funny. And he didn't even know who most of them were.
Shit not funny. Get the fuck out of here. Who are these people? Who are they? Let us in. 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 Y'all know this? Let us in. Let us in. Let us in.
He told them to get off his property, saying that this isn't content, it's just harassment. And it's really weird to show up to someone's house, especially in the middle of the night, without any kind of permission.
If I smack this right now, am I going to jail? No. Get the fuck off the property. I don't know you. This is not content. This is our fucking house. Get out. I don't know you, gang. Who is this? Does anybody know his fucking name? I don't know you, gang. I cast it. Leave my fucking property. Stop. It's not content. Get out, bro. I would not come to your house uninvited, making noise, making a storm. If you want to get invited, text them. You know them, bro. Y'all best friends with them. I don't know these. They should not be outside my fucking house making noise. That simple, bro.
Now, even though, again, like I said, they were very obviously clip farming, streamers like Agents seemed genuinely upset. Now, even though Kai told them to piss off and stop clip farming, they didn't care because they snuck into the house and then even went into Kai Cenat's room. And then Agents saw on stream what they were doing and then had to go in to kick them out again. And again, he is totally broken character here. You can tell the guy is pissed.
Tap me, tap me, tap me, tap me, tap me. Bitch.
What? He's so scared about going into Kai Cenat's room, like the guy that made him, that he genuinely thinks that if he touches his carpet, he's going to catch fire.
What you do? Watch out. Tap me. Tap me. Tap me. You're only right.
I just know 3 people that are working retail have killed themselves, like right now. I genuinely just felt that energy.
I'm gonna take my little like a man, you know, for me. Ricard touched it, Punga touched it. Bitch, I'm this guy, bitch. This carpet.
You can see how pissed off Agent is though. Like he didn't even say anything. He just walked out.
I gotta touch it. You don't. I hear somebody coming. I hear somebody coming. I'm sorry.
He's actually being really chill about it as well. He's like, guys, just wrap it up, please. Just get out my house.
You said what? You're not grown, man. You're not. Come on. You said what? Who's in there?
You just know, like, Kai is despising the fact that he made this kid relevant in the first place.
I'm trying not to do the thing that's in my head right now, so let's get you out of here. What thing? Let's get you out of here.
I don't know what makes me more angry, the fact how composed Agent is, or the fact that Rakai keeps pushing, and then his first instinct is to not leave, but to check his orange new iPhone to see what the chat is saying. I cannot formulate a thought on my own, guys. Chat, what do you think? Actual worm behavior, unironically. Worm behavior. So Kai's announcement of who was attending the university also created other drama, thankfully that wasn't related to Rakai. Like, for example, 2 of the biggest streamers at the minute, you've got Yana and Marlon. You might remember that Yana won what is called a full ride scholarship to Streamer University, and Marlon looked really upset reacting to Kai announcing it.
Yes! I told you, bro! I fucking told you, bro! It's me every time!
I thought that was Woe Vicky. I genuinely thought that was Woe Vicky. Yeah, he looks done. He looks done, or he's got like a little prop-up mirror on his desk just to make sure like he's mogging all stream. He's like, am I still mogging? Yep.
No, it's me! No, I told you! What the fuck? Bro, KC3, we love you! We love you, Dad! Bro, that's me! That's me!
Yeah, Marlon looks like he's having the time of his life there, really enjoying it. And then Yana saw the clip of Marlon being pretty disappointed, or I guess you could at least say neutral. Wasn't too happy that the fact that Marlon did not immediately start soy-facing and glazing her immediately.
Wrap it up, don't be rude. Fries, out of respect.
Fries, out of respect for not glazing me into realm 5. Okay.
Be respectful, out of fries.
Yeah, okay.
Everyone congratulate everyone, it doesn't matter.
She's literally be like, glaze me, please, please. Give me validation, please. Why is he topless now? What?
We just need the attributes that you can offer that stream you, you know?
We can't accept you because you're physically fit. What? So we're going to build a foundation. He's not dead.
Fries, out of respect, chat. Out of respect.
I think this current streaming meta makes me want to kill myself. Unironically. Like, imagine being that bitter because you got in. Like she's acting like she didn't get in. She got in, and then she's bitter because someone else didn't, like, you know, suck her off that she got in. It's like, what? So if you don't get the law there, you probably have a job. To be fair, I don't blame you. But Marlon and Yana used to date each other, and then they broke up, and Marlon recently got engaged to someone else. Again, he doesn't look happy in the clip, but he's at least holding his tongue. He's just being kind of neutral. He's not like trying to purposely look disappointed. He's just like, yeah, I don't care. And then she obviously becomes the equivalent of a sodium mine afterwards. And then after this, to make it even worse, they ran into each other at the Streamer U tryouts. And then Marlon saw her walk into the room. He left and went into the hallway, saying, again, fries, out of respect, which is like an even more Zoomer way of saying, put the fries in the bag.
I don't know. Where you headed? Out of respect, man. Out of respect, chat. That's it. All it is, bro.
So apparently Marlon was the one to fire the first shot. So she was basically mocking Marlon's reaction to her. And then she spoke about what happened, basically saying, you know, if you walk into a room and someone gets that tilted, that means that, you know, they probably have a little bit of control over you.
If you can walk in a room and somebody affects you that bad, they have a little bit of control over you every single time. So these are my wise words to y'all. Don't care about what everybody else has to say. Because, like, they're going to, like, have this claw over you for a very long time. Like, if you're gonna walk into a room or you're gonna have conversations with people and they're just gonna set you off like this, they have a little piece of control over you every time.
Also, one of the streamers who got accepted ended up blocking everyone who called him to congratulate him, even his own mom.
But you're getting blocked. You're...
Wait, this is the kid who got accepted? He's like 5. What?
On God, you're blocked. On God, you're blocked.
What? Why is this house so big? Look at the size of that bedroom.
What I told you, call me when I meet classes now. I'm blocking them, right? I'm blocking them, right? Right or wrong?
I feel like I've just stepped into like season 20.
Why are you blocking people trying to congratulate you?
Like an anime I've never heard of in my life. What is going on here? Wait. Let me get rid of the gifts up here for a second. I can't fucking get rid of them. It says here, 500 internal server error. What did it even have up there that's causing us? This is AI. This is AI, right? Who is this kid? What the fuck? Please tell me that's like his like son or something, and he just took the camera. He just stole the camera. Like, there are not streamers that young. You might also remember the guy that played the Miles Morales NPC that was in Kai Cenat's stream, the one that goes like,
Ooh, thick calluses cover your knuckles and joints from long hours of punching and kicking. At long last, you are a journeyman in hand-to-hand combat. Your power attacks now have a slight chance to disarm your opponents, and your fist can now hit creatures immune to physical attacks, which is good because, like, I need that. Like ghosts.
oh, thanks to follow. Thanks to heart. Thanks to follow. He made another video about not being accepted. The last one, I talked about he was crying out of his nose more than his actual eyes. But this time, he's angry. There are no more tears. Instead of crying, he's actually going off at Kai and Kai's community for not supporting him after the subathon. So basically, he's bitter because he was streaming with one of the biggest streamers in the world. And now that he's flying solo, he's not getting the clout he used to. Big shock. This is why I'm so happy I've got like a diehard community. Like, that shit just seems fucking depressing. So apparently people are tuning into his stream, but they're doing something terrible. They're not giving him subs. But apparently all of Kai's community spawned in to join his stream to troll him for not getting into Streamer University. And he's proclaimed that he himself has helped Kai get to 1 million subs during the subathon. By default, he deserves a spot at the Streamer University. And if he doesn't get in, he is going to break in and let Kai know the real him. This sounds like a shooter threat. Like, what?
This is why I don't talk to y'all in this community, bro. This is why I don't fuck with this community, bro. This is why I don't fuck with y'all, bro.
He actually ended up blowing his nose. Fair enough. Huge improvement of the last video.
Oh, y'all can dead ass 35,000 watch me, bro, but not tuning into the Twitch, bro. 1,000 watching me, but ain't nobody dropping a gun, ain't nobody fucking doing love, bro.
He said this in the last video. I don't understand the cope. It's like you got famous for playing a character. If you weren't doing the Miles Morales NPC bit, no one would know who you are in the first place. This is what a lot of shorts merchants do not understand. Like, there is no thing anymore of having loyalty, of having a diehard fan base. You don't. You're known for a single quip and bit, and you get famous 10 times faster than people did 10 years ago, back when I was doing YouTube. But unfortunately, you have to either evolve the bit or commit to it in some kind of way. When they know the real you, they don't give a shit and they keep scrolling.
And when I talk about this, bro, y'all dead ass be trolling me, bro, all the fucking time, bro. I'm tired of, bro. What's wrong with my
I can't stand when the newer generations speak. We went from talking like this in America, talking like I'm doing right now, to like bra 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 bra.
You ain't living in the mansion, bro.
Unfortunately, I think Miles Morales Spider-Man NPC, as IGN once said, has the exaggerated swagger of a black teen. Definitely not out of touch comment there from IGN. I think his self-importance is definitely skyrocketing more than it's worth. The thing is, when Kai brought him on, he brought him on as a one-note bit character for clips. That was it. He wasn't like an integral part of the team or the crew. And now he feels sidelined because no one cares about the bit anymore. Again, this is the curse of short-form content, of streaming on vertical platforms like TikTok, because that's what blew him up in the first place. It doesn't last. You don't build a core audience. They're like, oh, it's the guy that did the funny thing. Oh, 2 years later, oh, it's not that funny anymore. Go watch something else now. This is the scary thing about the current climate we're living in. You are going to have so many more people blow up now than what happened like 5-10 years ago, but then 99% of them just fall the fuck off because there's too many people blowing up from clip farming and they never build that loyalty, that core fan base.
God damn, bro. Oh, man, 10,000 subs every night, bro. How do you get to 1 million fucking subs, bro? Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Bro.
He's like questioning Kai Cenat on his integrity. Dude, he's inviting Lizzo on to the Streamer University. She's not even a streamer. But I'm in agreement with that. Like, you know, Kai might be a little bit of a networker, but at the same time, this guy was a one-bit Andy, and he's like fuming over the fact that he wasn't included in Streamer University to get a second chance. Like, okay, if this guy got in, he probably would actually be entertaining and he would be in loads of clips. But because you were in Kai Cenat's last stream, that does not equal like an instant invite.
I'm finna break in that bitch or something, nigga. You finna let me in there, bro. You finna give me a chance to be me, bro. You finna get to know the real fucking me. Tired of this shit, bro.
I know he's saying like you'll get to know the real me, but it almost sounds like a bit of a threat. I don't know about that one. So we do have a little update on Rakai. Unfortunately, like I said earlier, he went to the house, Kai's house, to protest about not getting into the university. But Rakai actually got a taste of his own medicine because he snuck into Kai Cenat's house. Then a group of random fans actually snuck into his house and ran into his room while he was streaming.
Chat, I think that would be pretty cool. Oh my God. Oh my God. I finally did it. And I told all y'all I was gonna do it. Hey, bro, hold up. 25X community for life. Wait. You said protest. Hey, one question.
Give him an inhaler. Give him his inhaler right now.
How the fuck y'all get here? We drive. Hey, Carlos, come in. Yeah, Carlos,
What the fuck is going on?
Now I have my little brother beat you up. This will be a problem. No. He said Kello brought him. Kello didn't bring him. Call Kello. Slow down. No, hold this side. So, for like all this side. Hey, you go.
What? He's got a high vis and he's got like his name. What? Did he just finish work?
No, let him sit down, let him sit down. No, I want to ask how he got in, though. How I got in? Stand up. Stand up. All right. You told him come. Right here. Nah. You know these guys? Nah, man.
What? Why is this kid wearing like his dad's business suit? Who is this guy?
Nah, man.
Dude, I'm so out of touch with this side of the streaming scene. What the fuck?
Gang, this is not a Rick Rogers type of segment, gang. I told y'all stay down the hill, gang. Security's not on that. I love the Hummer game, but that's fake crazy, gang. You can't just lie on the name and say that. Gang.
I need 100 count.
But you know them, though. I don't know them. No, I see them next to my...
Why you lying about the name, gang?
Who is this?
Gang.
Who is this? Who's that in the back? I'm so confused.
Why you lying on his name, gang?
Yeah, you...
What is going on?
Next to my car, I said, what y'all doing here?
Build your rankings, build up.
Is he just picking his nose? Right, I'm done with this clip. I'm done with it, man. I'm done with it. God damn. Just some fucking kid in like a business suit. It's like, what the fuck is actually going on here? Like, unironically.
Watch out!
So, Mr. Beast seems to be in some more trouble for existing, mostly. But there was a clip of an old interview that resurfaced with Mr. Beast, and it's getting a lot of people on Twitter angry, which is usually the case for Twitter users. So he appeared on the Diary of a CEO podcast. Now, the Diary of a CEO podcast, I've already got mixed feelings about. It's run by Stephen Bartlett, who's also on Dragon's Den in the UK, which is like the American version of Fish Tank. It's meant to be a podcast where he invites people on that are usually incredibly successful or famous to then talk about, you know, what it's like to have this experience of being so successful. How did you do it in the first place? But what it tends to kind of bleed into is just the guest shilling their own product and how good it is. And then, you know, when they stop recording the podcast, Stephen will probably use it as a networking chance to invest in their company, making him more money. So it's not like it's exactly the most neutral podcast in the world.
It's an enchant that they added called a latent sigil stone that gives you burden on strike and feather on self for 75 pounds, which is huge. And I want to put it on my Mythic Dawn hood. Yay, cool. So now her helm is a really fucking good item. Feather on self, 75 points, and burden on strike. Which is cool. That puts my weight at 450, which is awesome. Ah, yes, the Siege of Kvatch. Okay, let's go out there. I want to have her share the fitting for this. And I want to go out 1-2 and bring them out there. No, holes and fits. Yeah, Mark 5. Mark. What's she currently training? Is it Gila stuff? Reprocessing efficiency, 6 days. Or, oh yeah, so when she like processes. Kaldari drone specialization. I'll put 6 mil. Does she own a Gila now? Was that... Oh, no, I think I had her in a... Oh, no, she does have a Povertila, yeah? Oh, yeah, she does, yeah. So I had her running, like, level 4s. That's right. I don't want to leave Faction Warfare, though. I'll bring, let's have her share this fitting. It's worth 36 mil, that's it. And it has, like, 10 ventures in it, or 12 venture Mark 5, or whatever it is. 12 venture Mark 5. Posh venture, which has... Yeah, but there's no... So, the 12 venture Mark 5... Okay, the 12 venture Mark 5. Hi, kitty. How you doing? I want to buy all that. Oh, this cute little kitty. She's such a cute little kitty. She's so special. She's just a special, cute little kitty. But I don't think this ship has... Currently, I don't think it has the ventures in it. I don't think so. So it's a little bit more expensive. Hi, kitty. Tristan's and ventures. So we've put 12 or 13 ventures in there. And now we fit... Oh no, I guess I have to get in a Mark 5. Board ship 5. Oh, beautiful kitty. Alright, now we fit this thing. Yep. Very good. And then I come to ships. I'll insure it.
Close the gate. I need you. Are you able? The longer we wait, be quick about it. This is our best chance to rescue the survivors from the...
Yeah, we'll do it. I just want to sleep.
Let this happen. Are they angry with us? I don't know. Watch is finished. There's nothing left.
Oh, there definitely are hidden agendas there. But some of the stuff that they have on when they have certain guests can be very informative or entertaining. But Mr. Teeth ended up going on Stephen Bartlett's podcast, Diary of a CEO, and talking about Feastables back when they first launched. And he said that when people put the chocolate bars on the shelves, they would end up breaking. So he got so annoyed by this, he would hire people to go around with GoPro cameras in the aisles to film the Feastables on display. He even says that he tried to get the security footage from Walmart.
Look, it's 26 million with the ventures in it.
Kvatch is finished. There's nothing left.
Don't forget, Cameron usurper burned Kvatch too. Kvatch was rebuilt from ruins months before, and she'll do it again.
Okay, we're all set. Undock. Undock.
Kvatch is finished. There's nothing left.
Don't forget, Cameron usurper burned Kvatch too. Kvatch was rebuilt from ruins once before, and she'll do it again.
Oh no, I'm being targeted. What? I can't do anything. What? I can't do anything, Duck.
I'm just tired. I can't face it. I have to
Duck.
start over from nothing.
Fucking annoying.
Don't give up. You're not alone. And the chapels and the Elder Council will help us. It just takes time. I'm just tired.
Fucking
I
annoying.
can't face it. I have to start over from nothing. Don't give up. You're not alone. And the chapels and the Elder Council will help us. It just takes time.
Fucking annoying.
It's the smell, really. Smoke and fire and something worse in the
Don't
ruins.
forget, Cameron usurper burned Kvatch too. Kvatch was rebuilt from ruins once before, and she'll do it again.
I'm gonna go out in a shuttle here. You can pop the shuttle, I don't care. Fucking annoying.
I've looked everywhere. Perhaps she's still in Kvatch, in a basement, hiding?
I'm just tired. I can't face it. I have to start over from nothing.
Don't give up. You're not alone.
and the chapels and the Elder Council will help us. It just takes time.
Yeah, it works for me. Perfect. I don't know why she didn't jump. She should have jumped with. I don't know why she didn't. I'm sorry, Kitty. I gotta sit up. There you go. Yeah, you can sit back, Kitty, if you want. You can come back.
How could the Nine let this happen?
Oh.
Are they angry with us?
Cameron usurper burned Kvatch too. Kvatch was rebuilt from ruins.
But they wouldn't end up giving it to him.
And have the natural breakpoints which shatter like glass.
Who noticed that?
Well, me. And the thing is, this is an old team in festivals. I would tell them like, there's too many broken bars. When I go into Walmart, I'm seeing too many that are broken. They told me like, you're worrying about this too much. It's not that big of an issue. It happens to everyone. And I got to the point where it was just fucking pissing me off because I hated like grabbing a bar off the ground or seeing on the shelf all these like shattered chocolate bars. I paid people to put GoPros in like a bag of Lay's chips pointed at, because I tried to get Walmart to give me the security camera footage and they wouldn't. So I put hidden GoPros in a bunch of random Walmarts just to point it at the festival bars just to see why are they fucking breaking so much. There's so many shots of like, you know, like a mom grabbing a bar and then she'd be looking at it literally like this and then you just see the box just go and she'd go and it would just fall off the shelf and then they just put it up and you know some of the bars would be broken and it would just happen over and over and over again because we didn't engineer the boxes correctly. They didn't do anything wrong.
And then he self-reports, I'm not really sure why he did this, saying that he was told that what he was doing was illegal, and then basically responds by just saying like, I don't fucking care, I just need the footage.
Do you know how atypical that is, what you just said? That you put GoPros...
Yeah, people told me I was crazy. The amount of people who tried to tell me that was illegal, I was like, bro, I don't fucking care. I just need to know when my bars are breaking. Like, I'll delete the footage.
Now, this has scared a lot of people for two reasons. First of all, Mr. Beast swears. And second of all, this is obviously him being a lot more kind of candid, more out of character, not the kind of like, we just did a thing for $5 billion. Like, he's actually just talking like, you know, a normal human. And that scares a lot of people. A lot of people are also very worried about the fact that they could have been filmed by Mr. Beast's team, despite the fact that your phone films you, cameras film you, and you basically have no privacy anyway in the first place. I'm not excusing his actions. And yeah, I mean, he does come across a little bit out of touch, but you know, it's not like we have any privacy in the first place. He also got into a bit more flack recently when he posted on Twitter a room filled to the brim with pennies, saying the first person to reply with the exact number wins $10,000. And then people immediately zoomed in and accused the picture of being AI, despite the fact that Twitter's image quality in the first place is absolute dog shit. And then the next day, he announced the winner, and the total amount of coins was 6,970,000 pennies, which isn't a very random number, and also very close to 7, but he did point out saying that it wasn't AI. But he still continued to get accusations saying that it was AI, and then he responded saying that he's done things 10,000 times harder than putting pennies in a room, and then showed a video of him walking around with all the pennies in it. Do I think the video is real personally? Yes. Does he have Crohn's disease? Also yes.
I was wondering, welcome back, guys. Today, it is Force Swipe, and there's something...
It was like 60...
Whoa, what are you doing? Stop, stop, stop. All I hit was the spacebar. Fucking piece of shit, cocksucker, brain dead developer. Hi, kitty. Hey, you're a good kitty. Hello. Gotta do Kvatch, but I don't think I'm in the mood to play this game anymore. I will bomb out. Quit system. Exit game. No, wait. Did you save? Save. This guy is annoying me. I'm going to try and fuck with him. What? Whoa. Please stop. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Okay. Orbit. Get going. Fucking dick. See what we can do. I don't know what he's doing. Is he like going for the fucking base or what? I don't know. I want to force him to dock so I can fucking leave. Hi, Kitty. I'm sorry. I'm just busy. I'm fighting this guy. He's been so annoying. I'm trying to kill this Brutix Navy issue. He's letting me kill him for whatever reason. Oh, yeah, I docked up, right? Yes, I did. He's not gonna let me get this kill, but it's still like, you know, I still want to pursue it. Got him through the structure. Now he docks. Fucking. So annoying. Cavalier aggression. I'm gonna log over to my other one. Oh, purr, kitty purr. Fucking annoying e-players. Oops.
Hey, it's me and DP. I tried out Scamelot Unchained, just came out on Steam. I try to play as much as I can. I think I got a pretty good oh my god, I only played for 43 minutes. Well, I'm pretty sure I understand how this game works, because there's not much of a
Inmate to roommate. Oh my god. No. Wait, I got in trouble last time I did news. Kira's been doing a lot of stuff lately.
Okay, what's up, friendos? Welcome back. Let's talk about Sony. They just announced that the future of the PlayStation brand is completely digital. And I don't want to use this video to labor the point of why this is just a net negative for consumers as well as for developers and publishers, because it's just a super easy slam dunk and everybody's already gone over those talking points. I will just mention that there is a reason people are still having to talk about that, and that is that for whatever reason there are a bunch of people on the internet who have an opinion, I guess we can call it an opinion, where they're like, oh, most people buy digital anyway, so why does it matter? Why does anybody care? I only buy digital, so it doesn't impact me. So that's the reason people are having to talk about this, because most people have the correct take on this, which is that when you have something, you have an option that you could exercise at any time that was a selling point, one of the only selling points of owning a console. When that's taken away from you without giving you anything in return, that's just a net negative, right? There are no positives to this as a consumer. All you're arguing for is that I don't care because I'm short-sighted and I don't use it, and I don't care if a company takes things away from me that were my right and that other people use and enjoy, which is silly. We don't have to spend a bunch of time going over that. What I instead want to talk about is how brazen this is from PlayStation, and how it shows that they really think they're in a much better position than they actually are. And there's this thing in the games industry, and just the world at large, I guess, but in the games industry especially, where some companies that are considered too big to fail just get away with doing bad shit all the time, and they never see any consequences. But this might legitimately be one of the times where they overplayed their hand, and it might fuck them in like a catastrophic way. Do I think this is the end of PlayStation? No, obviously not. There's a bunch of fanboys and a bunch of, you know, casual people who just don't care. But I think this is a much bigger deal than people are making out. And we'll go over why I think that's the case in a minute. And there's a bunch of evidence for this and a bunch of interesting wider industry talking points. But I guess let's just address this real quick. If you're one of the people who think like, oh, you're just being dismissive of my opinion because what does this matter to me? I just want you to look at the multiple times in recent history that Sony have just taken things away from you that were digital. This is an example, Studio Canal. There was the Funimation example last year as well. I think it was last year. And then on top of that, in the same blog post that they announced that there's going to be no more physical going forward after 2028, they also dropped this one, which is kind of... It's funny to me that they did it this way, because it kind of illustrates that the reason they think they can get away with this is that people are stupid, or that they just can't read or something. Because they announce here, PS3 and PS Vita, we're closing the store so you can no longer digitally buy things. But don't worry, to ease the transition, players will still be able to download previously purchased content after the closing date for the foreseeable future. They're giving the game away, mate. They're literally telling you in black and white in the same blog post that the future of digital only is that eventually they will just turn off the servers for you to be able to buy the things you digitally bought. And they're telling you right here in plain fucking English that that is the future. Because you've got to imagine, you could buy physical for PS3. When you have got your like PS6 or whatever it is, your fucking $1,500 PS6 when that releases, which is a little bit of a joke, but not really, which we'll go over in a minute, and why that's such a big factor. If there was no physical for that, when they do inevitably turn off the download server for the things that you bought digitally, they're gone forever, mate. So, you know, there you go. That's the only thing you need to understand. If you don't care about preservation or anything else, just understand that one. And now let's talk about the response to this by some people and how that's been met. So then we get to this, right? This is a really interesting point from somebody, and I want to expand upon it. There's no reason to stay with PlayStation anymore. After more than 30 years with Sony, I'm switching to PC. With no physical games, there isn't a single valid reason to stay with PlayStation instead of buying a PC. Sony has officially killed its own appeal. PC has won. As we were always destined to do, PC was always going to be straight fucking taking W's, scalping motherfuckers, because PC is just the best place to play games, full stop. It gives you every option that every console has. You just have to do a little bit more to get to that option, and you just have a better experience across the board. I will disagree a little bit with this, where there isn't a single valid reason. The valid reasons to play on a console, I can think of 4 really good ones. One is physical media, obviously, which PC really abandoned physical media a pretty long time ago, with some caveats I'll go over in a second, considering the pushback to this, which is a comment you'll see here. 2, it's because it's easy, right? Consoles are easy. You plug it in, you're playing games immediately. You don't have to fuck around. There's no drivers. There's no like real tech problems or anything. If a console stops working, you go get somebody to fix it. It's all really easy. That's a selling point. And the third selling point is your friends and the sunk cost of being on a console and your friends being on the console with you. And the last one, which I think is going to play a huge factor with PlayStation's position going forward, and why I think they've massively overestimated their position, is the price. if you look at like getting a console, most people have already got a TV that they can just plug a console into, so that's cut down on a big factor of the cost. And consoles have generally been really cheap compared to PC. That's no longer the case. Like, you might find it funny for me to say that, because in entry-level PC, you might be looking at like $1,000 or something, maybe more going forward because of the issues with memory and things like that. But we're entering a time period now where consoles have been going up in price. You literally stonks, right? If you bought a PS5 on release, you could sell it for more money than you bought it for now, which is like a new thing. And it's because of the price of memory. And this is not going to slow down. According to Microsoft, I'm not going to pull up the quote, but you can go find it. Microsoft recently said the memory is like over doubled in price in the last year and a half, and they expect it to double again from here by fall of 2027. This is not going to slow down. It's going to fuck everybody. And I would be very surprised if a PlayStation 6 was going to be less than like $1,000. It doesn't make sense that it would be. And with Sony knowing that like they have a stranglehold on the games industry in terms of like the console market, because Microsoft kind of just stopped playing, and Switch is their own thing. They're not really competing with PlayStation in any way. They are of the opinion, Sony I'm talking about, that they can just do whatever they want and the fan base will swallow it, because what's the alternative? But when you remove 2 of the 4 big selling points for a PlayStation, and remember, one of them is sunk cost of having games on there that you would want to carry over and things like that, which isn't going to be the case when a new PlayStation costs so much money, and you have this factor now of like, oh, there's not going to be physical going forward. You are essentially removing almost, you or the market are removing most of the selling points of a console. And then you see things like the Steam machine, which bear in mind is expensive, but everything's expensive right now because of the price of memory. You're removing a lot of the selling points of owning a console, and you're telling people, why even stay on PlayStation anymore? And the reason they're telling people this, additional information from other reports. Additionally, they consider that it is not necessary to maintain direct communication with fans about this decision, as they trust in the strength of the brand and the loyalty of their community. They're basically saying, we don't even need to have a back and forth about this thing. We're going to announce it. We're going to announce it so early that by the time it comes around, people will have forgotten about it, or they'll just have swallowed it and just won't care anymore. And we just hope that like they like PlayStation enough that they just accept this. And no doubt some people will. This is the thing, what I was talking about. There are companies where they can do everything wrong and they just win. And then there's companies like Ubisoft where they've done so many things wrong and it's gone wrong so many times, and the stock prices fell and they've had to sell things and they've been fucking bought out somewhat by Tencent and all these other things, that they're expected to fail with everything that they do, and then they do fail with everything. Sony, no matter how many things they do wrong, they always seem to come out on top, because they are just such a big part of the games ecosystem due to the fact that they are just the big console. But this is one of those times where I think they've overplayed their hand, and doing this thing where you're like, okay, we've won now, so we're just going to do whatever we want at the cost of like brand loyalty. I think there's going to be a significant number of people that see this and think, no, actually, this is enough. If not now, wait until they announce the PS6 prices, guys. I would be shocked. They would have to eat so much of the cost of the console for it to be under $1,000, or it would have to be extremely underwhelming tech-wise for a leap from...
I'm so glad I bought RAM right before the RAM crisis. I did. I just mailed off for 32 gigs one day. I was like, I can buy RAM, you know, and install it too. And I did, and I'm so glad I did. My RAM's new too. It's from like 2 years ago. It's like it'll last like 5 years. It's good. Bought it from Crucial. I like Crucial. Crucial's cheap compared to a lot of the others. So we're out here. I can save system, save and continue. Okay, so now we're going like north, I guess. Yeah, I want to go northeast and just unveil the black. I'm trying to unveil the fog of war. Just see what everything is. This looks like a bunch of loot. It is. I don't use loot in this game, and I don't know why I would, really. I don't know. Oh. Dun. I was thinking about doing an Iron Man New World run just to do it before it ends. Oh, I'm going south and I want to go north, damn it. I don't like the stamina in this game. I might as well just get used to like slow running because it's so annoying. Like battles pop up constantly and I'm always out of stam. I don't suppose it really matters, but I wish the stam wasn't there, frankly. Is he dead? No, he's not dead, no. Why did we run past him? Kill this goblin. What the fuck are you doing? You walked right past him. What kind of fucking, like, battle-ready warriors are you? You walk right the fuck past that guy. I was the only one who even noticed him. Whatever that was. I guess the way I want to go actually was over there. I just didn't realize. I guess? Oh yeah, no, it's over this bridge, I guess. We already did this thing, right? Yeah, I did. The game's kind of boring. You could have made the run speed way better. Oh, I wish I could like debug this game. It'll get good when Dark Arisen hits. I'm gonna buy that. Oh shit. Oops. I like mage in this game, though. I think it is fun. Ooh, pretty. Okay, so along this path is something. I like the lighting effects on the grass. It looks good. It's how I've always wanted video games to kind of look. See, I'm out of stam every time the battle starts. It's so annoying. My beautiful kitty. Oh, my beautiful kitty. It's rubber belly while I fight in Dragon's Dog, my kitty. Yeah. Rub some belly. Oh, my kitty. My kitty. Purr, 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 purr. What's in here? Burn him alive. Frost. 300 G. Why did the battle music again? Remember battle. Is there stuff in here? I suppose there probably is, huh? What's in here? Savagery extract. Princess Harspud. Come on, open, damn it. What? First of all, jump on this thing. Jump up, oops. Come on, get on this beam, damn it. There. Ah, you fell, you idiot. Ah. There, that rock. Is it lower? Not really, no. Get on this thing. You just did the fucking, the board right there. See, there is stuff in there. No. You, like, walk off on your own. It's so annoying. Don't move. Like Fortnite. Ugh. Get on this thing. There. Now, stop. Okay. Jump. Wait, this wasn't it? Okay, there's nothing in here then. Ugh, why bother? What was that about? You just decided to, like wail inside of the house? I don't know. There's a goblin. Which way is this? This is... Oh, that's northwest. There was a item here, was there? I don't see anything. You say there's an item here. Oh, okay. What? Oh. There's all these items, but I don't care. That's all it was. Or no, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't see an item, honestly. So I don't know, and I don't care. I don't care about items in this game, to be frank. He's looking like a nasty customer. What's over here? So we revealed some map. I want to go and save now. Oh, well, no, I guess we don't need to. I think our bars are still good. We could keep traveling. I want to save. Nice. 11 o'clock. wonder what Skull and Bones is at on the Steam DB. $337 on Steam. That's just so fucking bad. It's almost as if like having an open mind makes games better for me. This is gonna suck. Double burning him is hilarious. Yeah! Oh, save.
From PS5 Pro to PS6, in which case, like, if they're going to be on that ecosystem for 5+ years again, is it worth buying a new console?
Ooh,
right?
camp.
And obviously,
Nice.
here it says
Progress.
Sony would be convinced that over time most players will end up accepting the transition to 100% digital ecosystem. Absolutely, some people will. The company believes that users will continue supporting PlayStation even without the option to buy physical games. Absolutely, some people will. What they're essentially doing with this decision is saying anyone who already buys physical, fuck them. If some of them go away, we don't care, because enough people buy digital and we believe that the brand's strong enough that most people will just continue buying anyway. What makes me laugh right now is that all of their posts are getting community noted, talking about the pivot to digital only, which is fucking hilarious. But let me just show you, like, the pushback from people who don't understand what PC is. This guy says
they don't know what PC is. They're like console players.
To the response about the swapping to PC, he says, and this got voted 535 times, well, liked, I guess, on Twitter. He says, Lil Bro about to find out Steam and Epic are digital only. Limfow. Right. If you think this is a good point, I'm sorry to tell you, bro, you're at the adults table now. You need to put the crayons down. The difference, but this guy, by the way, is saying that there's no reason to own PlayStation now because you can just get digital games on PC. They're a lot of the times cheaper. You have mods, you have like free multiplayer, as this guy says. You can use your PC for other things. And also, this is ignoring the fact that you don't have to buy from Steam and Epic. You can buy from a bunch of other places. You can buy DRM free. That's not even mentioning like piracy and things. Like if a game that releases on PC was to like be removed from digital storefronts or whatever, there's no doubt somebody's already downloaded it. And if it even had DRM, somebody will eventually crack it, and then you can just put it on a disc, you can put it on a hard drive, you can play it, you can play games from the fucking 90s, you can do whatever you want on a PC. You can even emulate old consoles.
I can emulate PS5, it just won't go well. I'd rather just have the PC version of it. But that's the only console series that I can emulate perfectly, including PS4. I can like play, I'm pretty sure there's a PS4 emulator out there.
And things like that. That's a big thing of like being able to preserve things. Is being pushed.
Like, yeah, but I thought about doing that. Like when my mother passes, the time that I spend taking care of her, I'm going to take care of myself. And one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to download all of the PS1, all the PS2, all the PS3, all the PS4, Xbox One, Xbox 2, Xbox 3, Xbox 4, etc. Nintendo Switch 1, Nintendo Switch 2. I already have everything before that. All the other consoles that I didn't mention, from the Nintendo to the Game Boys, all the Game Boys, all 10 of them or whatever the fuck it is. Game Gear, Atari, Lynx, 32X, like Panavision, all this crazy ass shit. I have all the video games prior to PS1. Before that, I have 64,000 games or something like that in some file somewhere. It's not that big because it's, shrunk. And like, yeah, and then eventually I was thinking I'll probably just emulate everything else too. And one day I'll look up and I'll be 80 years old and I'll find somebody who I deem to be like, appropriate for my inheritance or whatever. And I'll be like, hi, I'm here to give you some video games. And they'll be like, what video games? And I'll be like, all of them. And they'll be like, what do you mean all of them? And I'll be like, yeah, it's like 3 hard drives of comprised, it's like about 10 terabytes comprised of pretty much every video game ever made. And they're like, what do you mean every game ever made? I'm like, oh, the last 5 years I don't have, but before that, yeah, like, from like 1981 until 2000 and whatever. When will I be 90 years old? Yeah, so around the year 2070, I'll be like, yeah, here's all the video games from 1981 until 2070. And they'll be like, what? And I'll be like, yeah, it's just every game ever made for the last 100 years. And they'll be like, that's invaluable. And I'll be like, yes, it is. And they'll be like, how did you do this? Oh, I downloaded it all on torrent while it was still current. Although, I'm sure there's tons of PS2 games and PS3 games that are not on torrent. I'm sure of it. But all those ROM sites, if you're not afraid of it, if you have a VPN, if you're not scared of viruses, because you can just reformat or whatever, you could do pretty well downloading like every game known to man. I used to do it. The problem is hard drives are finite and they have an age and they die. All my hard drives have died. I've seen like 15 hard drives die, and it's been painful every time, but I've gotten used to it. Nothing lasts forever. The law of equivalent exchange, declares that, for everything that you receive, you must give something. And so to keep all that data, it eats the drives. It's sort of sad. But the tech's getting better. One day I'll buy like a 20 terabyte drive and I'll just move all of my stuff to it. Like the most dependable drive on the market. I'll spend like $1,000 on the most dependable, most highest rated drive on the market that's like 10 terabytes, and I'll just move everything I have to it. Because I've got like 7 terabytes. And it's all shit from like the last 20 years. So I'm scared of losing it. Some of it is not lossless and does get like decayed over age. It sucks. I don't even know what lossless is. Hard drives decay. There is no lossless. There's moving the files around, which I didn't do. But I mean, the games, I don't care about them anymore. I don't care about the first Zelda. I don't care about the 5th Zelda. I don't care about those old games anymore. It's hard. No, it's a struggle. The industry doesn't do so well. So apparently, I guess I want to be going north. I guess so, yeah. Or I could go west. We could wander out west. Let's take the big road west. I've never done that before. And we'll just like go out there this direction, I guess. It's a long walking sim game. And I don't know, the walking sim really bothers me, but I'd like to get through it. I think I'm supposed to follow like a linear MSQ. But I don't know what the linear MSQ is. I don't know. Is any that's like the tier 2 stuff, Desa's plot? No, I don't know. Like, no, this is a sandbox. You can beat the game probably. Obtain an archer staff and greatsword. Sorcerer. I thought I already was a sorcerer. I'm carrying a staff. What's that? There's like there's like some crystals up there or something. It's a beetle. Golden Trove beetle. I think those are really good, but I don't know what they do, and I don't care. What lies yonder? What might it be? I don't know. That hurt me. God damn it, it did hurt me. So annoying. Ball damage. It's kind of a boring game. The battles are kind of repetitive. It's gotta be a hard game to muscle through towards Dark Arisen, but I'll start trying to put work into it each day. That's a lot of stuff. We're gonna get a mage pawn fighting. That's good. And the, or yeah, just the mage pawn. Oh, I burnt his cart. Oh, we burnt your cart. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know you could burn a cart.